We are live from Tallinn. This is Kings of Tallinn, the bigger festival, biggest ever poker festival in the north of Europe, right?
That is right. It's bigger than better than ever before. And we're moving on to the 3K PLO high roller, Andreas. And even that, with all the PLO going on today, it got a lot of last-second late registrations, including the legend Juha Helppi. So they got up to 32 entries, and we're going to be kicking it off already midway through. Late registration is closed with just 14 remaining. But on top of that, Wise Guy, already 800 entries in the 1 million guaranteed main event. So that 1 million is looking very solid to be something a little bit bigger. Not only is Day 1D and even the end levels of Day 1C running at the moment, but players can enter tomorrow between around 12 and 4:30 during the first 4 blind levels of the day, and the second break of the day, it'll still be open. But I'm anticipating a record-breaking field in that as well.
Yeah, I think so too. Are you entering tomorrow, so this chair will be empty on Saturday come Day 3?
I am not going to be allowed, I don't think, to play the main event, but I don't play main events anyway. It's I need to be free in terms of the 4-day action. That requires a lot of endurance. I like 1-2-day events myself, and that's why the Kings of Tallinn accommodates really everybody. Yesterday, I think we had 5 trophy winners, and 3 of them came from 1-day events, and the day before was 7, with 5 coming from 1-day events. It's just fantastic, the amount of variety that you have. So it suits people like me that typically don't play main events, and people like you that go for the 200,000 plus top prize that might be on the line.
Yeah, but now let's head back to the high rollers at this table, because they've just came back from the dinner break, and that means late reg is over for the 3K PLO, and here we have our feature table, and you will recognize a couple of these guys at least. You have to the right in picture on seat number 5, Juha Helppi, Finnish poker legend. Are you leader of the fan club?
I am the leader of the fan club for the 2-time bracelet winner. Juha has always been a gentleman for the 12 years I've probably known him. So yes, I am secretly and not so secretly in the Juha Helppi fan club for the remainder of the event, as long as he is still alive.
And of course, these players now still remaining. You can see in the clock in the background, 14 out of 32 entrants. A few of them have another bullet. Juha is one of them. He exited earlier during the afternoon, and now in the break he's back. So I'm not sure if he's starting with just a star stack, or if he has a chance to play any hand.
It was, I think, a good 7 to 8 players, and Juha was one of them, coming in with that 50K starting stack. A few other notable people did the same, including Mikko Jaalimaki, who has done quite well in PLO over the years. I believe he won the 1K fairly recently, not at this festival, but at a previous one. So it should be interesting. I know Ralph's from Latvia is quite good. He's not one of the players to re-enter. 2 Latvians in the field. It's not just Ralph's, it's Einar's Mujev's as well. Otherwise, it's a lot of Finns, a Dutch player, and Bjorn Verbakel was actually in the chip lead over all the Finns and all the Swedes and Latvians. No Estonians left either. 2 Swedes, though. Patrick Russell, I'm probably mispronouncing the name, but it's a player that I don't know. And Robert Falk is somebody that I do recognize. He's been here before. Let's see what happens. It's top 4 that get paid, Wise Guy.
Yeah, absolutely, it is.
So we have a little bit of time before the money.
Yes. And we saw Samuel in seat number 1. Samuel Petri Saariaho. And here we have
I played with him, I believe, recently as well.
Ralph,
I think in Riga.
Bloombergs. And did you see Jens is actually Jens Patrick Russell, Sweden.
I think we're going to work on the names for the streams going forward. So by the time we hit Saturday and Sunday, we're going to match the names with how we know the players, so it's a little less confusing when we're talking about the players. Especially for the Swedish players that sometimes have 6 names, and you have to guess which 2 to choose. Even you, Andreas, in Vilnius, I didn't actually see your last name among those like 5 names. It was like
but
really
they
strange.
even managed to get my last name wrong. So
Okay, fair
unfortunately,
enough.
so I was
But I
really
knew it
hard
was
to
you.
find. I went really under the radar in Vilnius, but
It's hard to pass under my radar, wise
Yes.
guy. I dig if I'm unsure. I still enjoy writing the morning recaps. That's one thing I still enjoy to hang on to. And why I do that is I can be abreast about all the little details that are in my mind, maybe momentarily, but a lot of them stick for later on and sometimes years to come. So I would recommend you reading some of those reports over at OlyBetEvents.com. They originated at Poker.pro, where I am CEO and we have an amazing staff here, headlined by Glenn Brown, who's helping Til de Vera with the hosting. We'll probably get him in the booth later in the week. And, of course, the amazing Christopher Carlin, who was in the booth at the tail end of Tuesday. And depending on the timing today, I think he's going to not be able to come in, but we'll get him back in on Saturday. And definitely he will be in the booth on Sunday. Back by popular demand.
yes. Now then, Juha calling and heading to the flop. And I think we have the nuts, yes. Quickly checked, going for the check raise. And not fooling Samuel, though. Checking behind, and no longer the nuts for Juha as the board pairs on the turn.
That's a super dangerous card. It would create a flush draw, but it also is probably going to lead to a lot of checks by Juha. Meanwhile, Juha probably thinking Samuel would have bet, something if he hit. It really depends. This is a strange one. I know Juha will likely fold to a raise, but he's in a weird spot if he gets a call. But happy days for Juha, an early boost to his starting stack, an early 30% plus boost, in fact, just by taking down from a single bet on the flop.
Indeed, yeah. And again then, our 5 players at this feature table. So we're still on 3 tables then.
Yeah, when I announced 2 tables right before we had the break, I assumed that it was the same setup, even though I was in the room watching the players during one of the breaks well before late registration closed, that I should have remembered it was 6 max and 3 tables with 14 players.
And we can see that we lost 1 player on the outer table, and that was unfortunately one of the players you touched on here earlier. It was Mikko Tapani Ylemäki going out
he's out
in
already?
14th.
Because he was the last player out right before late red.
He was. So he's actually in for 3 bullets, but
that's a
now
shame.
out.
He's a really good player, but I guess he never got a stack going to be able to do any damage in this event.
No.
We have another suite, Glowing as Kisses. I believe that was Gregor.
Unfortunately, it's a man.
We don't know. Gregor could be a woman. We don't know. We don't ask too many questions.
We don't these days.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Decent flop for Samuel now. Flopping the straight and the nuts flush draw. And Juha with just an 8 and... 2 pairs actually, 8-7 and gut shot.
It's a dreamy dreamboat flop for Samuel. And if he's getting a call from Juha, he's got to be happy at best. He feels he's free rolling at the moment. And that free roll has now become the nuts, but there must be a 2 pair here for Juha for him to have some equity. He does have the 7-8, but just drawing to 4 outs, which are all live. And I expect Samuel to try to get more value out of his hand right here, right now, just in case the board would pair. And there's no reason to be slow playing hands in Omaha for the most part. You can be trapping. There's a lot of moves you can make, of course. If we had George in the booth, he would be explaining a lot of those moves, I'm pretty sure by now. So shout out to George Sanford. Amazing commentator, and in Brazil right now, so that's why I believe he's not at the Kings of Tallinn.
Yeah, and especially today we are missing his PLO skills, because although me and you play some PLO, definitely, but not on the level and the amount that that guy does.
I'm a pretty high-level 4-card PLO8 player. I have that pretty mastered at the moment, but it's much different when you're going 4 or 5-card no low, and if you're used to playing that format quite a lot lately. But But yeah, we've both played our share of PLO tournaments, both online and smaller ones on. I haven't entered a 3K PLO, and I have no intention to do so. So these players are definitely on a different level than us.
Absolutely, that's the fact in this case. And Jens folding, Patrick, and now.
But George would do okay in this field, and I don't think if depending on where his bankroll's at, he would potentially enter it without thinking twice. Or get backing if, depending on the situation. 3K is a pretty big buy-in. If you're a professional player, it gets even bigger, and the reason why is that you really need to do risk of ruin type of calculations with your bankroll. And recreational players that have other income, if you want to hop in a 3K every once in a while, hop in a 3K once in a while. And some of those recreational players are quite good. Interesting fact, Sebastian Crane, who won the 1K, he is not a PLO player. He has played some PLO, but he came here to play Hold'em, especially the main event. And he said he was bored a little bit, according to Glenn Brown's interview, and just randomly entered the PLO event, and now randomly has 33,000 reasons to be happy he did so.
Yes.
Did Juha open? He did, to a pot-sized bet of 10,500 with his ace, king, queen, 5-2, a very beautiful big O hand, but can work also with the just high, and everybody folds, so picks up an extra 7.5K pre-flop. So Juha almost getting ready to really get involved as if he's a big stack here. And I don't think any player at the table really wants him to double, so we'll see how that works out. So still 13 remaining. With blinds at 1,500, 3,000. For another 20 minutes. And Samuel Sariaho opening the mystery hand, the chip leader with the 2.5x open to 7.5. And Ralph's a accomplished high stakes reg. He has a lot of red cards in his hand, and he's opting to 3-bet his queen, 9-8-6 with a lot of connectivity within there. And get Sariaho to fold. Sariaho doesn't want to be gambling off his chip-leading stack. We are still far away from the money. As a reminder, we have 11 left, but it's only 4 that get paid, and it's a 10,900 min cash. So if you're thinking about our players going to be playing a little bit of tight near that money, I'm wondering the same thing, because it's nearly 4x the buy in that min cash. And the winner, of course, is going with more than 34,000. So, the pay jumps go up pretty quickly from 4th to 1st, but that first pay jump, I feel, is most important from 5th to 4th.
Yeah.
A guy like Juha, of course, is going to want to ladder up, but he's going to have his eyes on the trophy, and I bet he's not the only one that may make some decisions that may not be technically, pure ICM. Juha would still be doing pure ICM Omaha type of moves, however best you can calculate them, where others are maybe just interested in that shiny trophy to bring home, because it is a prestigious event. It's not just an everyday trophy, it's a 3K PLO trophy. So Jens is Patrick, correct? That's Patrick Russell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Should be.
But maybe we call him Jens just so we're not confusing
exactly,
viewers.
Exactly. I think so. If you're jumping off and on
or
the
we
stream.
call him Jens Patrick, is that acceptable in Swedish? Not really? Okay.
We can call it whatever we want, I guess.
We can, but we should show a little respect, I think. But we also need to keep the viewers knowing who we're talking about.
Absolutely. So
So 7, 8, 9, and we have the 10 Jack in two players' hands in Frederick and Ralph's. But yet,
Juha with the
Jens,
set of
aka
sevens now.
Patrick, has some equity, and the set of sevens has the least amount of equity. Possibly because of the 9-3 by Jens blocking some of those full houses for a bigger full house. But anyway, it's the straight betting out, and the straight has some redraws, not the hearts. But nobody has high hearts. Jens with the 6 high flush draw. And Ralph's, who doesn't have any redraws, just opting to call. And Juha with the set of sevens, opting to wisely fold there. Even if the board pairs, he doesn't know where he's at. And the board did not pair, so it's that Jack-Queen instead of the 10-Jack, pushing Frederick ahead. Frederick Lindstrom here with the absolute... Oh, it's a heart, but it's not the absolute nuts, but he does have the check mark. So that 6-3 of hearts that was folded would have beat it, but even that maybe could have been blasted off. But let's see if Ralph's now tries to push a 10-Jack kind of hand off now that that's not the nuts, understanding that a check often leads to not having a flush, and let's see if it works. It is a bet of a little more than half the pot, and we don't know what reads these players have both at this event and over the years. It is a bit trickier play at these stages where there is these mind levels that can happen. And we can see Frederick should call, but it's not the easiest one to make. And he makes the fold, so Ralph's stealing that one away and leaving Frederick short. So nice perception there by Ralph's, showing you how this differs quite a bit from the 1K wise guy.
Yeah, you're right. And we can see here now the overlooking of this board, of this table. It's not so much chips. We have a few late regs, of course, coming in, Juha and Frederick. And the chip leaders are on the outer tables and still playing 3 table. We need to lose one more player until we consolidate to 2 tables, and then we'll have someone else coming into this one as well.
I'm hoping that we reach the final table fairly quickly, and I'll tell you exactly why. It's not that I want this over quickly. I don't mind being here until 3, 4 in the morning if that's what it takes. It's because it's going to be exciting poker. The point is that if they get to the final table sooner, right now we're looking at some shallow stacks. That means they're going to be fairly deep stacked to start the final table, which means we're going to see some more interesting plays, especially by players like Juha and Ralph's, who have already shown that they're making them on the short stacks. Imagine them with some chips, etc. So let's see how this works out. Meanwhile, Juha bet to 9K, I believe, from the small blind, so a pot size open, and was called by Mr. Sariaho, the table captain and fellow Finn, with a very marginal hand, I have to say. But Juha slow playing his monster because he doesn't have the clubs, or he just wants to check jam and get it in. And now it's a double flush draw. And let's see what Juha does here. Checking again, trying to potentially maybe induce or just keep the pot size low in case a club or a diamond come out, neither of which are in Juha's hand.
I'm a bit surprised to see Juha check again, right?
I think it was pot control, and now I think he has to check because the 7-9 and the 7-4 are calling, and potentially the 7-9 is just raising, but the 7-4 calling, and Juha's still chipping up there. He wasn't going to get any more value anyway, so no harm, no foul. At this stage, you can't re-enter. So pot control there by Juha Helpy to avoid putting himself in a bad spot that would have never transpired anyway. Some of the players on the other table are quite interesting when, I don't know who's going to make the final table. Just to give you an idea who else is in besides who you see. We have Kai Leto, we have Marcus Ristola on the other table, Pasi Leinen, who's an incredible player, also on that table. Robert Falk, who we already mentioned, old school Swede, and Yuri Mirivita, who is a really good player as well.
Yep.
And
Meriventa we see
and
he's
Jukka
here
Jotala.
more than you.
Yeah.
Juha now likely to open from the button with the ace queen 9-7-7.
A limp. So we see something new from Juha, and Samuel likely to bump that up as the chip leader. And does he get a call from Juha? He does. So Juha in for 12K pre-flop already. And I believe it was an ace-high club.
Set of sevens.
So this could be going over to Juha. Of course, the 8-9, neither player having clubs, and Samuel having the nut flush blocker, which isn't that important in this situation in a button versus small blind spot. And Juha, knowing he's not that big around chips, and this time he's facing in a different spot that he's going to try to get his chips in eventually, and he won't be upset that much, I don't think, if he gets a fold. So Juha now up to 82,000 after Samuel lays down his overpair, which would have gone him nowhere. He would have been more or less drawing to 2 outs. And we just lost another player as well, and that is Frederick Lindstrom, and I mean that's Marcus Ristola.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the person going out in 13th place, and we're back in the studio since we're going on a redraw break. And I'm not sure if we just have a short jump into the studio, or if we're actually doing a little short break from the stream as well. So we'll leave you for 5 minutes, and then Jason and me are back with the 2 tables remaining then in the 3K PLO4-5 high roller.
See you soon.
Täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
We are back from Tallinn. This is Kings of Tallinn 2026. We are in the middle of a big PLO day. We had the 1100 Championship, 4 or 5 cards, and we had the winner crowned an hour ago or so. Sebastian Crane of UK took it down, and now we're going for the winner in the 3K high roller. Jason Glatzer in the booth with me.
It's been a blast. I've been enjoying the Pot Limit Omaha action and what I'm calling the Pot Limit Omaha Day, with 3 such events concluding on today that are all Pot Limit 4 and 5 included, although the 350 bounty also has 6. But it's been fantastic to watch the early parts of this and compare it to what we've seen in the 1K. And the fact that we get to see the whole cards of all the legends and how they play at such a high level is an absolute treat to be in the booth, Andreas.
It is for sure. And now we have some new faces on the table. I recognize Kai Lehto, seat number 1. As an example of this, new additions to this table. We have just, if you just joined us in this little short break, we started this 3K stream with 14 players left when they came back from the dinner break some 30 minutes ago. And now we are down to the final 12, which means 2 tables. And 32 starting entrance means that we have 4 paid, right? So we're far off the money still.
But it's going quick. We got down from 14 to 11. I mean, we could be looking at a final table, probably not this level, but next level, in which case it will be a deepish final table, but I know there's short stacks on both tables. So let's see how this happens. Kai, that's Kai Lehto, right? Yeah, it's Kai.
Yep.
And Frederick Lindstrom with the Kings laying him down from the small blind on the short stack of 29,000. Oh no, he 3-bet jams for 30,000, which is 500 back, so not a pure jam. He does have a chip and a chair if it's just called, but it looks like it's getting in. And we have the King 6-4 straight off the bat by Frederick Lindstrom up against the Ace 5 of diamonds and 9, and I believe an 8. It is an 8 offsuit.
Action right away after the break then. And Frederick Lindstrom, the one risking his seat in the tournament now then. One of the 5 remaining Finns actually. Oh, there's an ace, which is bad news for him.
Yeah, it's just the king that can help him. And if a 10 comes, it's not even the king anymore. But it's the 5 of spades, so the king is still alive. Meanwhile, Carl, a.k.a. Robert, scooping up the pot and eliminating Frederick in 12th place. So 1 hand and 1 player out. Meanwhile, we have Robert Falk, who's listed as Carl, up to 245,000.
Yeah, decent stack.
Yeah.
Puts him in the top 3 at the moment.
Very comfortable looking at the table as well. And we have a dealer change, one hand in off to the redraw.
Interesting stuff.
Like every other table, it's the same. You know, you have your pushes, and you can't time one table based on the fact that a table like that isn't, this is just 2 tables left in this event. You can't always time everything that but it's going to be a quick transition to the new dealer. And I have to say, we haven't seen a single mistake outside of like somebody coming back from break and dealing 4 cards instead of 5 on the round of each. And that wasn't even in this event. That was in the 1K. So a fantastic job by all the dealers. And let's see what Juha. Juha's not first to act. It's Pasi. Juha's in the big blind, and Pasi folding the Queen Jack 8-7, but it wasn't suited. And Kai, a very strong overall player, both in Hold'em and in Omaha.
Yeah, on his second bullet, he had a rebuy, re-entry just after the dinner break, so started back at 50K.
And Juha getting a free look with this Queen 10 9-3 with Kai opting to limp. You see a lot more limping strategies in PLO than you would in Hold'em.
For sure, yeah.
Correct limping strategies, I might add.
Open-ended for Kai, and the top pair got shot for Juha.
And Kai with the open-ender and a backdoor flush draw. Looking to juice up the pot or potentially take it down. It's also a potential blocker when if you brick the turn, it can go check, check, potentially on a higher frequency to see 2 cards instead of 1, but it's the king of diamonds on the turn. So it's Juha with the straight, but not the Broadway straight. And it's Kai with an ace that can draw to the chop. So I think Kai can only draw to a chop at this stage. And Juha, with a non-nutted hand, opted to check again. And I don't think Juha's going to check this time. He's going to opt for some value, whether it's going to be thin or not. In terms of the bet sizing, we shall see. And he is reaching for chips. It's a little more than half the pot, I think 12-5, but let's wait for the graphics to tell us that. And it is 12-5, and Kai with the 2 pair on a check turn against a player like Juha, who might be betting something else. He could also be doing it with the 9-10 that he has, of course, but he'd be doing it with the ace-10. He'd be doing it with maybe even a 2-pair hand, but I don't think so. And it looks like a call by Kai, and he's going to get the bad news that his 2-pair is no good. And Juha, who started with a fresh stack of 50,000, has more than doubled to 105,000 without getting his stack in once.
Yeah, skillful guy this. Has he been around before, you think?
He may have had a few
Played
million
a hand or two
two.
during the years, right? Yeah, Finnish poker legend Juha Helppi.
Maybe the second most recognizable name in Finland, I would say, in poker, behind Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, probably the case. Although maybe Ilari wants something to say about that as well.
No, not he's well behind those two in terms of, let's say, accomplishments. Nothing against Ilari. He has quite a
his
good resume.
social skills now with being did you see him win the Packed House? Did you follow that thing? No.
No.
So I don't know the reality show in Finland that he took down, but I haven't seen it. But
interesting.
So and he released a song.
I mean, he's certainly like a top, personality in the game, not just in Finland, but it would be pretty hard to pass Patrick, and it would be almost equally as hard to pass Juha. You got to win some bracelets, a few really large cashes, and maybe you'll be on there. But Ilari was a legend back in the day, playing 200, 400 online cash games. A lot of PLO heads up, some Hold'em heads up as well, showing no fear.
Absolutely. And now then, Carl Robert Falk Racing. And Kai in the cutoff. Does he come over the top here?
And that works, I think. No, it was Ralph's folding, so I don't think it's going to work.
No.
Carl has too many chips, and I think we're going to see Kai at risk.
Yeah, we are actually.
So it's Robert Falk, a.k.a. Carl. So
As
if you
can
see him in
see.
the hallway, his name is Robert. And Kai Leto, an OG that comes here quite often, very respected by his peers, at risk for his tournament life.
And exactly 50-50 in equity here.
Should we flip the coin for them? Or let the
Should we?
board run?
Yeah, I'll let you decide. Oh,
The
there's
board's
the
already
king.
ran. So King's
And the
miles
flush draw,
ahead.
though, for Kai. Still alive with the flush draw. There's the flush. So tables have turned, needing a pairing of the board. Mr. Falk, and it's not to be. So the flush holds up, doubles up for Kai. Still in the game, still 11 players. So losing Fredrik Lindström in 12th, now 11 still in.
And how many of them are from Finland? Let's take a look. I think it's 6.
It is 6 players out of the
So
11.
more
yes.
than half the field is from the land of Juha Helpi.
Yeah, and then we should say that also 12, 13, 14, and 15 finisher was from Finland as well.
Well,
so.
14 and 15 was the same person.
Yeah, but still from Finland.
Yeah,
Can't argue with that.
true.
Yeah, so
Maybe
yeah.
he exchanged residency/passports in between 15th and 14th.
True. There was a few minutes.
He was previously Swedish.
Exactly.
But we're
Yeah,
five-handed on this table and presumably 6 on the other.
Hopefully,
if math is correct. It's possible because that's a manually updated field. I believe that it's 5 and 5 or something like that. But we'll wait to see. The graphics tell us.
Now then, big hand for Kai Lehto.
Yeah.
This is still on the 4 cards, and the ace is very strong, of course. Also 1 suit.
And still limping, probably because it's not the PLO8 that I love to play. That deuce is not very happy. The fact that it's club makes it a bit better, but still a deuce. And Posse completing from the small blind, and Robert will take his free look by checking the option with the Queen, Queen, 9-7.
Yes.
2 diamonds on the King 6-4 flop, and 2 diamonds also for Posse Lainen. It is just a 9 high flush draw, nothing fancy. So if there's a big bet incoming, you would expect him probably to fold. But instead, it checks to the 5 of club on the turn. So some straight possibilities could have gone there. It also opens up that nut flush draw for Kai, which could get dangerous considering Robert has a queen high flush draw. But right now, it is the aces ahead. And it looks like Robert has some other ideas. Nobody has bet this yet. I'm just going to say, hey, I got the 7-8. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we know for sure that Kai ain't folding for this bet of 9K with a gut shot and a nut flush draw. But most likely getting Posse out of the way. And here we go for Kai and the fold from Posse.
It was a call, actually, and an ace of hearts on the river, and that gives the check mark over to Kai with top set, so it went from good to even better. However, it wasn't the dream card that he could have been hoping for. That would have been something like the Jack of Clubs. It's going to be hard for Kai to get value unless Robert continues the story. And I'd be curious if it was like a pot-sized bet, whether Kai lets down top set, but I don't see him doing that at this stage due to the polarizing nature of everything. But let's see. I think Kai will try for some value, but even a 2-3 hits a straight at 3-7. The 7-8 would have probably bet there. It should be a fairly routine fold here for Robert. He has nothing going. He knew he had to bet for a chance to take it down. Instead, it's Kai now nearing 100,000 in chips.
Yeah.
So chipping up quite nicely. I think he was at 38 not so long ago.
He was, indeed. So, new
Still
level now
11
then.
left. 2,000, 4,000. So 10,000 in the pot before the cards are dealt.
Yeah, this tournament is on a 30-minute clock, in case we didn't mention that before. So each level 30 minutes. And they had just had a dinner break before we started the stream, so next break coming up in 1 hour will be a short one.
We should have some time before that break, though, right? It's not that we're on a break soon, I don't think. I think it still plays the 2,000, 5,000 level. So we probably have a good hour, 20 minutes of...
I just said that the break coming up in 1 hour will be a short one.
Well, in 1
you
hour.
ain't listening to me now, son.
So now you're just assuming that the final table will be reached in 1
No.
hour. So I see, because it's 1 hour.
No, it's 1 hour. It just started a new level, and they're 30 minutes, which means 2 levels is 1 hour.
Yes.
Yeah. So in 1 hour, we will have a short break.
Plus the pause for the redraw.
There will be no redraw.
There will be
Before
if
the break.
they reach a final table
they
before
won't
the break.
within the hour.
Should we wager?
I dare you. They won't reach the final table before the break. That's my bet.
We don't need to wager on that. It's going to be close, I think, actually, to be fair. Yeah, I think you would get the better of that bet, but I think it's,
Look at this
it's
then.
definitely feasible.
Action.
Action, action.
Both with the open-ended
And Kai with the ability to bet with those pair of nines. It just turns out that Robert has one, but it's like blocking that 9-10 kind of straight. Meanwhile, he has the ability to draw to a straight himself. Not scaring Robert off.
are we getting the 5 of clubs on the turn? We do not.
It's close. It was a black card.
We call that close. I think you're a bit too kind, but Queen changes nothing. Still Kai with the 9s.
Let's see if it slows Kai down. I won't be surprised if he finds another bet here. And it's a bet of 18,000, so 3/4 of the pot. And Robert contemplating. It's hard to call 2 bets here when you could just be drawing to a chop, if even that. And Kai now pulling a Juha Helpy in over 100,000 without having to go all in himself as well. Oh, he was all in at one point with the short stack there, so that's not true.
Yeah. So, between 21 and 61 bigs on this feature table of 5, and outer table 6 players, should have our chip leader, Einars Muhajevs.
I like how the chip leader is now our pal. It said Pasi Pal.
Ah,
I guess his middle initials have the PA.
yeah, they
But
do.
it's Pasi Leinonen, quite an accomplished poker player.
And our pal.
Yeah, and our pal now.
And here's the boss. Juha Helpy, first to act. 8 high. Won't be entering this one. What about our pal? He's going for it with the double suited hand. Ace Jack. And still on the 4-card format. Attacking the blinds of Kai Lehto.
He's probably thinking, why did that have to be a pot size raise? Why wasn't he just min raising?
Yeah, exactly. Would have liked
Why
to
didn't
see
he
the
limp? Didn't he see me limp? Oh, but it's good that he got out because both the
Tens
blinds
are-
have the 10s.
Yeah.
Not too many outs left at that stage. And Pasi adding another 10,000 to his stack. So we're still at 11 players remaining, so the longer that goes, the more Wise Guy is correct that we will have a break before we have a final table, but
But the final
let's
table
see.
is 7, right? So I might
Yes.
be. I was actually thinking 6 first.
No,
so I might
6,
be off
7
here.
is,
Yeah.
that's why I said it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
And it may even be the case where they may not send them on break if it's hand for hand. You know, it varies back and forth, you know, depending on, you know, the flow of everything. that will be up to the discretion of the tournament director.
Yes.
Robert from the cutoff with the King 10 776.
And Ralph's waking up with the aces, double pair hand, but as we know with the 5-card format, aces aren't that strong as in the 4-card, but of course versus a limp, go racing here. Makes it 16 to go, and Juha folds the big blind. What about Carl then? Staying in with this one? Well, seems like you still want to play. The King 10 7 6. And he finds a 10 at least. Not much else to this one though. And not flush draw. And of course the ace is still for Ralph's. Seems like Carl grabbing chips here, but I'm surprised to see if he doesn't check. Oh, sorry. Of course, Ralph's is first to act with the aces. This is not Carl, this is Ralph's. Come on! Here we have him, Carl, facing the bet instead of the rather short stacked Ralph's. So not much behind either. Easy fold for him, despite having the top pair. Or what do we believe?
If he had some clubs, it would be different.
Yeah.
The gut shot's maybe not enough, but
He goes for it.
looks like he's ready to play.
Has 30% equity, so not dead, but Ralph is the favorite to double up, and that doesn't help him.
It does, because it adds more outs with the diamond draw and the 6-7 to the open ender.
Now. Yeah.
So now it's an easier
Blocking
call.
the 9s though, Ralph's.
So let's see if Ralph's will hold. He does have some outs to fade. He does not want to see a diamond. He does not want to see even a king, actually. And certainly does not want to see a 4 or 9. There's a lot of cards that he does need that can help him.
But that doesn't.
It's the 4 of clubs on the river, so it completes the straight, but Ralph's completes the flush, so he doubles through Carl Robert Falk. Interesting that neither of us know him that well, and we've both found him under Carl and Robert listed under different poker reports.
Yeah, but it seems it actually should be Carl maybe by researching a bit more, but we're not entirely sure because he's...
According to the Hendon Mob, he's Carl, and
Yeah.
according to a lot of poker reports, he's Robert.
So we just keep calling him both then.
Yeah, why not?
And in the OlyBet YouTube poker chat, you can connect with us if you have any questions. I do have a question about the payouts. So we try to pin them in a comment for you as well. But looking at the payouts for this high roller, we do have 4 paid, and 4th place will be 10,900. 3rd is 16.3. 2nd place 23,850, and up top first 34,070 euros. So that's the 4 payouts for this one. 32 player field. And this is
Not
Kai
so
Lehto.
shabby.
Oh, aces. Yet again, though, in the 5-card
Very
format.
pretty double suited.
Yeah.
Even the 10-9 is pretty. This is like almost the optimal hand that he has in 5-card Omaha. Top of range hand. It looks like a pot size bet to 14,000. Gets Carl Robert Falk to fold.
Oh,
Juha folds.
Carl opened with and then Kai now 3-bet.
Yeah.
I also missed the bet from Carl.
Because it wasn't
actually.
there because it's, I think cards didn't show, but
Yeah.
that's and does get Mr. Falk to fold.
Let's show the hand.
And Kai picking up some free chips. Even if you have double suited aces, it doesn't mean you're out of the gate just because you have a premium pre-flop hand.
So still sticking to the 5-card format for a few hands more. And Kai Lehto picking up chips, now up to 131k. He also, together with Juha, max late reg, second bullet, just after the dinner break. Started with 50k some hour ago and now more than double as well. So those late reggers defense are climbing.
And they must be at the other table too because we're still at 11.
Yeah, we are.
Posse landing in from the small blind, opting to complete, and it looks like a raise incoming from Carl Falk. And Posse opting to put that in as well. So already 28,000 in chips in a blind versus blind battle. And the Jack 10-5 rainbow flop favors both players a little bit. Both players with the Jack. We see Carl's ahead with the better kicker at the moment, but that doesn't mean much. And it's a Queen of Hearts. Nobody with Broadway. But we do have an open-ender now for Posse and a gut shot for Carl Robert for the Broadway.
Checks behind, so let's see, another queen.
So it's the ace-jack with the check mark.
Yeah.
But this will go check quite a lot. Posse may take a stab at it. It may work, but if Posse checks, I expect Carl Robert to check as well, as he does very quickly. And Carl Robert earning a little bit more despite the passiveness of the check. Was a pre-flop raise from the big blind and gets a few extra chips with the pre-flop aggression. So we're down to 10 players, which means we have lost a player. Let's see who it is, wise guy.
And on the outer table, Jukka Ylitalo has exited in 11th place.
So another Finn out. It's been 5 in a row now, including one player twice. Last player out before late registration closed, and first player out returning from the dinner break.
Yes. So it seems like the action is more on the outer table at the moment. But I'm sure we'll get some clashes on this table as well.
I think it just takes a little patience. We had the first elimination on this table, and they're going to be getting more and more shorthanded on this table until a final table is reached. It's going to be 4 and 4 eventually when it's 8, and we're at 10 now, so it's already 5 and 5. So players have just bagged up for Day 1C. Day 1D is still ongoing if you want to get into an opening fight at the 1 million guaranteed 1100 main event. You can still also enter tomorrow during the first 4 blind levels of the day. You get 30,000 starting. It'll start at 600, 1200, and that's a repeating level. And then it goes up to 1,000, 1,500, which is also a repeating level. So you have plenty of play if you come in on Day 2. Most players are opting to try to build a stack on one of the 4 opening fights at the Kings of Tallinn main event. But meanwhile, we have a raise and a call by Juha. Another rainbow flop, deuce 7 jack. Top 2 for Kai. It wasn't Juha that called. It looks like it was Kai that called. Only to be rewarded with the top 2, and Posse checking behind. Has a gut shot, some backdoor outs, and now that backdoor is a front draw on the nut spade flush draw. But Kai pulls a little bit further ahead without any other connectivity, so it's really just a flush draw that is keeping him alive along with the blank 8. So there's a few outs out there, but you see a lot of them are canceled out already. So it's just 6 live ones, but technically it would be 10 in a vacuum. And Kai hoping, it looks like a big bet actually. Let's see. Pot size bet. So perhaps reading the situation correctly, that if I bet big enough, I can potentially push my opponent off the draws. But it's not going to work, it doesn't seem.
Staying in with the flush draw, Posse.
So a big pot, 102,000 ready.
That's no help.
So Kai with the check mark, but it might slow things down for him, being that the 8-10 could have gone there, Jack 9. It's not necessarily a flush draw that you were up against. And now let's see if Posse tries to steal this away after bricking everything. It would be hard to find the sizing that would work if you're called. You know, that you need to size it big. And the pot is so bloated at the moment. You don't really want to go through your entire stack unless you have that sick of a raid.
Ooh, comes with the bet, the full pot bet, right?
It might be less, because I don't think he said pot, and it looked like about, he did say pot, I guess, yes. So this isn't as easy as it looks. We see the check mark. Kai doesn't know about that check mark. He sees a few hands that can easily beat him that would play this the same way. And Posse using the power of position here to potentially wrestle this one away, but if he's called, it's going to take out a big chunk of his stack. And I like that Kai's taking his time here.
Yeah, big decision here is for the tournament life. If he's wrong, he's out. So not an easy one for Kai Lehto here. Flopping the top 2. And losing to any 10-8, any set.
Double checking his cards, seeing if there's anything else that popped out maybe that he forgot about.
Yeah.
Did I have an 8-10 somewhere, please?
I think he's going to call
Or
this one.
6-8.
So
Well, the 6-8 is getting there, the 10-8 is getting there. So those are the two combos more than the Jack 9, who's probably not betting like this.
Here's the
And
call.
finds a call, wow. Sick read there by Kai Lehto and doubles into the table captain. Posse looks bamboozled, actually, to quote Norman Chad.
Expecting to get called by 2 pairs. But he is, and has to give up big chunks of his stack over to now the new table captain, Kai Lehto, from 50 to 259,000.
I think he had 38 at one point at this table when he first came.
Less, yeah. And here we have it, the confirmation. New updated chip count. Kai Lehto now well ahead.
Pretty good read there.
Absolutely.
It's really not that easy to call there on a pot size bet facing your tournament life, where you're just beating a bluff, basically. You know, it is 2 pair, and you say, well, it's still 2 pair. No, but it's only beating a bluff, you know, which that's what this was. You had a bluff catcher and used it correctly. So it's still at 10 players, and we have 40 minutes towards the scheduled break.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Because once we get 10 more minutes, we have a 2,000, 5,000 blind level, so not increasing by too much. And then if we look to the structure further on, after the break, there will be playing 3-6, and then we have 4-8, 5-10, 6-12, so on. 30-minute clock.
Mystery hand in the muck by Juha and Posse, who just coughed off about 60% of his stack with a pretty hand here. The 3 is not so pretty, but outside that, and opts to go back to a limping strategy on this stack depth with a non-premium holding, but good enough to be playing. And gets Carl Robert Falk to come along.
Yeah.
And Kai from the button. Is he raising? Yes, look at this. Putting pressure on the middling stacks of Posse and Carl Robert.
Yeah, don't give this guy chips. He will be running you over. But Posse doesn't
unfazed.
get away. Oh, and Carl's also
That
staying
three-way
in.
pot did not work, Kai, but you do have a good hand, but
Yeah.
now you're playing it from a second position. Ace Queen, so top 2 for Kai.
Not flush and a gut shot for Carl.
Yeah, that's a pretty hand for Carl as well. And Posse has 16% equity, but a lot of those are chops. I mean, a 7 gives him a set, trips. A jack gives him a straight, but not the jack of spades.
Goes pot here, so I expect a clash here now with Carl and Kai, right?
Potentially speaking, it is enough flush draw. I mean, it's just too many outs, I think. I don't see how he's getting away, but it may be that he doesn't want to gamble here and find another spot, but I don't see how he can get away.
No.
So
Money
he
goes in.
does make a call. Let's see if he can stay alive here. It's a 50-50 coin flip, as we can see from the percentages.
Yeah. Kai now with the chance to build even more and maybe be even the tournament chip leader from 38K some hour ago. And just need to fade spades, and that's straight, the Broadway straight.
Yeah, King, Jack, 10. Some of those are chops, but they all give the Broadway. But it's a
That's
6
a
of
good
diamonds, so
card
it's actually a
for
flush
Kai.
draw for more outs to fade, though.
Still 50-50.
And it's
That's-
the blank 4 of hearts, so good game to Carl Robert Falk. And at the same time, Samuel Sariahu went out in 10th place. So we're down to the final table bubble of just 8 players. As a reminder, it is the top 4 that cash, so there's not going to be any whisper of hand for hand, but they're still going to monitor both tables to make sure that one isn't playing much faster than the other. And, you know, occasionally they may ask a table to pause to let the other table kind of catch up with a soft but yet fair monitoring of the table action.
Yep. So now you're in good shape maybe to get that final table before the break, though. I'll give you that.
It's going to be still close. We have 36 minutes, and, you know, during four-handed play, you might say it sounds more likely, but at the same time, when you're one player away from the final table, it can drag.
It can, yeah. Let's see.
I'm the favorite at the moment, though.
Yes. You are for sure. And yeah, the final 8 players in the tournament. Still 4 Finns in on this table. Pasi Lahinen and Juha Helppi, Kai Lehto. And then Jyri Tapio Merivirta is on the outer table for Finland as well. The other players are Jens Patrick Russell. And also on this table we have Ralf Brumbergs. And on the outer table Bjorn Verbakel and Einars Muhajevs, who had the current chip lead in the last break. As Kai now goes racing in the 4-card format with the jacks, single suit.
When you have this many chips now, you can be raising pretty much any button. Play the hand in position, and Kai has shown that he's capable of doing so. And I think his limping strategy is over for the time being, but we'll see if it comes back or not. I think it's going to come back on the final table, but while you're having this shorthanded play and you're the only one with a big stack, raise away. Take 10K at a time. If you get played back at and you get called once in a while, then you have a little bit of fun too, potentially.
Absolutely.
Riveri oli vähän semmoinen, että aika helvetin vaikea olla jotenkin ilman mitään mulla. Voit sinne painaa silmän joka käden milloin sen turriin.
So here's a look at the chip counts, and for the first time we have a player over 400,000. It was on this table. We don't know the stacks on the outer table, and moments ago was the first time a player over 300,000 at this table. So Kai is keeping the momentum up, and back to raising this time with a not so pretty King 9-7-3. But once again, it's about the chips, it's about the position, it's about the fact that players want to make the final table. The fact that there's no pay jump still might change all that as well. Posse with the King 10-8-6 looks like he wants to defend, and here we go. So 30,000 in the pot for a 4 Queen 6 flop with 2 diamonds. Posse and Kai both with the flush draw, but Posse's is better. Could be a little bit of dent for Kai if a diamond comes later on the board, but maybe he has other plans to try to get his opponent off, and I don't really see Posse going too far. He also has that middle pair. Not that that matters a super, super big amount, but it does add a little bit more to his potential equity. But he is facing a pot-sized bet. And he's getting it in. So Posse, who is the table chip captain, is now at risk. And we could see, though, he's miles ahead with this king high flush draw. And Kai's flush draw is no bueno, but he does have some outs, such as the 9 or the 3. Jack of hearts on the turn keeps Posse ahead. And it's the Queen of Spades on the river, a very safe card for Posse, so full double up for him against the chip leader, Kai Leto. It was just a reversal of situations about an orbit ago. And let's see if it's now going to be Posse, who had the early momentum and had more than $250,000 in chips to start off the feature table, can carry that forward and get back to being the table captain. It also might slow Kai down a little bit. He doubles up one of the other opponents, and all of a sudden, he's maybe the short stack. Yuha, after initially catapulting his 50,000 stack to over 100,000, hasn't found really too many spots to play hands with other players, especially Kai Leto, most recently being active at the table. Meanwhile, it's Ralph's first to act. Quick fold. Yuha with trips. That's going away pretty quickly, and it's Posse in the small blind. Opening for 2,000. And Kai defending is big blind, and it is a 9-6-6 flop. Kai ahead, but really no player with diamonds and a 6 or even the 9 for that matter. He's ahead with the pair of 8s he has on his hand. So if Posse decides to lead out here, which it looks like he is, it may actually work here. It's not a good flop for either player's actual hands, but Posse turning his hand into a range and betting and getting a fold. He got Kai to fold the better hand with the 8s, with the 7s. And Posse going back in the correct direction after taking a serious downturn. Another look at the chip count. So Kai still over 300,000. Just moments ago, over 400,000 before doubling up past Hilton. And Juha with a dream hand, ace, king, queen, 10. Single suited to the king, but certainly worthy of opening. Under the gun is the cutoff during four-handed play, so it's similar to having a late position open, even if you're under the gun. And so far gets everyone to fold, and Ralph's actually thinking of defending his queen 5-3-3, it looks like. Would be a little bit unorthodox, but maybe he's defending any 4, but thinks better of it. It was just maybe doing a little bit of timing there, and Juha back near 100,000. So the blinds have just gone up to 2,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante. It's about a 20% increase, exactly a 20% increase. It was 244 before, so it's 12,000 in the pot now. Before our hand is dealt, 10,000 coming from the player in the big blind, including the ante. And it's a little bit, now it went from 10 to 12,000, but I see Mr. Christopher Carlin calling it a night, so it looks like the final updates of the day are on poker.pro about the action during the main event and other events as well. And Kai with ace, king, 8, the pair of 5s as well to go along with it. The Rainbow 6-8-2 on a flop that went 3 ways after a button open by Kai. Kai connecting with the 8, but the queens of Juha still ahead. The 3-4-5 covers all that potential 2 to 6 kind of raise. We see Kai has those 5s blocked, so it's unlikely it would be the 5 that came, but let's see how this hand plays out. I expect Juha to reach for his chips, and it's just going to be, I think, a pot-sized bet, if I heard this correctly, leaving him just a third of his stack that he had behind. And it is a bet of 50,000. Kai with the top pair and some outs, quickly folding, and also a top pair for Ralph's. But the rest of the cards don't connect with this 6-deuce-8 flop. And I think we're going to see a fold from him, too, bringing Juha to his all-time high mark since late registering with his second bullet right before late registration closed. But Ralph, he's leading. He's reaching for the chips. And does make the fold. And Juha up to 126,000. Pulling a single big blind ahead of Ralph's. Kai with the king jack. Quickly folds. Ralph's folds his 10 high, and Juha from the small blind, opting to give Pasi a walk. Do we see what Pasi has? He had the king 10 6-5-2, so nothing special there. I'm sure he's okay with collecting his big blind and big blind ante back, along with Juha's small blind, which is right now out in front of him, as Pasi is now the small blind, with Kai being the big blind. And you can see there will be a 15-minute break in 24 minutes time. And if you're just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. I'm joined by Andreas Wise Guy Hoagland, who will be back fairly soon. And this is the 3,000 Potlum Omaha High Roller. It's a round of each of 4 and 5. There were 32 players getting into this, and we are down to the final 8, with the top 4 getting paid a little more than 11,000 euros. Previously today, we witnessed the final table action of the 1100 Potlum Omaha Championship, which attracted 139 entries in the 2-day affair, and that was won by Sebastian Crane for around 33,000. Pasi limping from the small blind, Kai opting to check his option back from the big blind with the mystery cards. King, Queen of Hearts, along with the 6 of Diamonds for good measure. So Kai with an 4 of Hearts with the flush draw also hit the Queen, and Pasi has a better kicker to the Queen. So let's see if Kai bets his middle pair and weak flush draw. Opts to check it back. 2 of Diamonds on the turn, but neither player with 2 diamonds in their hand, so no new flush draw about, but it is the potential in the heads of both players that maybe there's another flush draw. But neither player strong at the moment, just with that Queen connection. Goes check, check, and the 10 of Diamonds, once again, does not complete anybody's flushes, but does give Pasi now the check mark with the top, with the Queen 10 for 2 pair. Let's see if Kai tries to wrap the diamonds after it checks over to him 3 times, both on the flop and the turn before the river, and he is opting for some, just to take it down with a bet of 10,000 into a pot of 15,000, and let's see if Pasi can find a call with his 2 pair. It's an ugly board for him, but it's not that expensive either. And gets Pasi to fold, so Kai is stealing one away. For those of you still in the building, the spin-in golds are still running. You'll see the massive wheel, which will spin for the winner for an additional random prize. You could also go to that arena to play some on-demand sit-and-goes for the main event. That would be for day 2 at this stage. And there's also, for those of you looking for a last-minute trophy this evening, in 6 minutes' time will be the 200 No Limit Hold'em Turbo beginning. I'm looking at the list of players that have already pre-joined the 200 Turbo, and one of those is none other than Mornier Tougeau, the founder of the No Filter Poker Tour, which was here in the late autumn. But meanwhile, back to the action, we have Kai with the ace-high flush draw, also connected with the top pair, and Ralph's just with the 7 at the moment. It was a nice rundown for him to be involved in this hand, but it was a limp pot to begin with. It checks around to the turn, which brings the ace of spades, so a second flush draw possibility. But it is top 2 now for Kai as things stand. And he checks again, understanding also a king 10 puts him behind, potentially, or just wanting to keep pot control at the moment. And the jack of diamonds on the river makes that ace queen look a little bit weaker, but maybe Kai is going to fire something out anyway. But I don't think he should or would. It's more just a check call, but maybe it's some small bet. And that's what he does. It's 5,000. And that should be enough. But you have to think what is going to call you in that spot. Maybe you're just blocking a big bet coming your way from something that's a little bit marginal, but likely to bet out if you check over, but bigger than your 5K that you feel you'll have to call. But instead, look at this. Ralph's making a move, perhaps smelling something, and this just might work. We see the top 2 is good. But there's a lot of full houses about potentially that would do this, including the ace-jack, queen-jack partially blocked, but not really, and the jack-7, and then a lot of the pocket pairs, maybe a pair of jacks, for example, rivered quads even. But Kai sniffing right through it and making the call, and Ralph's was a valiant effort. Really great to see the attempt there, but you have to pay the price, and down to 91,000, while Kai back up to 329,000. Another look at the chip count. So Kai Leito with 329,000, Pasuinen with 177, Juha Helppi 124,000, and Ralph's our Latvian legend here over to 91,000. Double suited hand for Pasi and 4-card Omaha now. And he opts to fold it from the cutoff / under the gun. Kai may just play position and not his cards with the 9-8-8-4. Not this time, a little bit too weak for his liking, and we have Ralph's Bloomberg's here with the king 9-7-6 completing from the small blind. Let's see if Juha checks back his option or not with the king 10-9-9. Does check back his option from the big blind. 2-time WSOP bracelet winner Juha Helppi. And it's a 7-10-6 flop, 2 clubs. So Juha with the flush draw. It is kind of a split situation on equity at the moment, with Ralph's having the bottom 2, but neither player with the 8-9, which would make the current nuts on the board. And a check over to Ralph's. Juha may bet his top pair and flush draw. We shall see. He is reaching for chips. It looks like a bet of around 7,000, around half the pot. It's 8,000. Pretty much the same thing. And Ralph's deciding whether to continue along with his bottom 2 pair on a very scary board to have the bottom 2 pair. But Ralph's undeterred and makes the call. And the 7 of diamonds on the turn. Ralph's now with the check mark. And let's see if he's going to get sneaky with a check. Nope, he's reaching for chips. And that looked like a reach for chips that I want to bet. So even if he checks here, Juha's always paying attention. You could see that he was looking actually right at him right there. And that's exactly why we see a check behind. He knows he's not going to be necessarily repping that much with this bet. And then we have the king of spades on the river. So the full house gets even fuller. Now it's 7s over kings. And Ralph's is now going to try to get value after he saw the check by Juha. It's not quite the nuts, but he should feel pretty safe. And he's setting maybe a trap. That's interesting. I thought he would try to bet. And then I think Juha would have actually called with the top two, but he has showdown value. There's no reason to turn your hand into a bluff. Everything you're, everything is folding if you bet that you're ahead of, and vice versa if you're called. So
you ain't fooling Juha that easy.
Yeah, Juha coming to the same decision, and Wise Guy is back, and he brought me some hot, tasty beverage that should keep me awake the rest of the way. Not that I was falling asleep, because the action has been hot and heavy.
Good, good. Still on 8, though.
Yeah.
Still that final table bubble.
And for those of you wondering about my usual voice, I'm trying to conserve. There's a lot floating, around in the wintertime, so let's just say, everywhere in the world. And I don't want to kill the voice before we have the nice finale on Saturday and Sunday by talking too loud at the moment. But it doesn't mean I'm not excited.
Exactly. We both are. And this is the 3K high roller. If you just tune into the stream, Wise Guy's back, and it's Jason Glatzer in the booth.
Should I go with my nickname, a.k.a. Wacky Jackson?
Let's not make it too corny.
Well, that's my screen name, so it's not actually bad.
Mine too, but
yeah, or
still.
Jackson is sometimes.
All right, Queens now.
Although in OlyBet it's something completely different that I don't necessarily need to disclose, because I'm going to plan to win the online event potentially while we're streaming, if I'm allowed to do so. And then we can kind of update, it'll be me playing obviously, but we can update on the progress as we go along. I will not let Wise Guy help me. Not because he sucks at poker, maybe that would be a reason for some of you, but it's one hand to each game. I need to play it exactly myself, but maybe we do that. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's an online event Saturday night. Ooh.
Now then.
So very interesting. We have Posse leaning in with the 3-bet from the big blind, and it looks like he got one taker on this. And I don't believe he had an ace. It was a king high for Posse, but Ralph's also who called from the button with no ace. Maybe that king of hearts will be enough, even though we see there's not another heart there for Posse to continue the aggression. If he bets, it will likely work. But it's hard to bet in this spot when you see the ace and you had an open and a call from a 3-bet, but that doesn't slow down Posse.
No, it doesn't stop him, right?
Nope.
And of course, not the flop Ralph's wanted to see with the queens.
Under pressure.
And, exactly. So Ralph's now dwindling a bit down to 89K, and Posse is building back up after that big one when he doubled Kai up, right?
Yeah, he doubled through Kai actually. And then has been sort of the table captain after that once again. Kai is also, kind of co-captains, even though the chip stacks are different. Juha's playing when he has some hands or some position where it's unopened, and Ralph's just trying to hit a flop, actually.
Now it seems like
Everybody has a
Ralph is
different
putting
strategy.
to the test in terms of Finnish knowledge as well, since the 3 Finns are chatting away a bit between the hands. They are allowed to, of course, talk Finnish between hands, but not during cards on the table. It's English only. So Ralph can follow along as well. And not a great hand under the gun for him, so let's have it over to the 3 Finns.
Juha with a interesting Soko hand, which I know he knows how to play as well, but this is not the game for Soko. And opting to still play it, though, but just not with a raise or anything else at limp. But Posse, who has shown aggression before, opting to just call this time, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he was pushing around. But no, because Kai's in the big blind in this spot, and you don't want to play against Kai out of position, potentially, in a bloated pot. So everything makes sense, and it is a limp pot going 3 ways with the king, 4, 5, 2 spades. Let's see if there's any spades about. There are not. Kai with just that 5 of spades. Otherwise, we should probably see more based on the 12 cards that we see in the players' hands. Nobody with that 6-7 type of hand. And Posse with the king, but no other connection right now anyway is the one to bet half the pot. It will get Juha to easily fold, and Posse, it was Kai that bet with nothing. Posse now with the top pair, not much else going on. Even the 2 to a wheel doesn't really necessarily help him. But calling anyway. And we'll at least reevaluate on the turn, which is the 8 of spades, which might slow down both players for two
Most
reasons.
likely, huh?
Both the flush draw and that 6-7 would have completed to a straight, which would have been slowed down automatically with the spade. And Kai opting to check again, but it is another 8 on the river. So it is a full house now for Kai, a very sneaky full house.
Yeah, what a run out, huh?
And Kai is certainly going to bet now. Is he going to go for some thin value bet, or is it going to be a very polarizing bet of the pot?
Have you seen a PLO player other than Kai that double checks his card more rarely than he does? Just check once and then he never doubts what
That's
he has.
interesting. I didn't notice that.
Yeah. I think I've never seen him
In
do
4-card
like he does
Omaha,
now.
yeah, I mean, I see that quite a lot, to be fair. But
Yeah,
in
of course,
But in
but-
5-card Omaha, it's very rare.
Yeah.
You
I've
always want to
noticed that
check
about
if you
Kai
remember if it's a
before.
club or a spade type of thing.
Yeah. I noticed that about Kai in the 4-card performance before, but I thought when you get to 5 cards, maybe you want to be more. But I think either he just has a photographic memory or he just goes with the first instinct, He doesn't check again, because I think I had. Maybe it's just guessing.
Or he checks as soon as the camera is off him and on another player.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, you might see that red. Oh, I'm on camera. I'm not doing it.
But no, I think we would have caught that then, and
Yeah.
it sounds like you've been keeping an eye on that too. So
Let's see.
I find that very interesting, in fact,
Yeah.
because even the best players check their cards
Yeah.
occasionally and hold them even. And that's just 2
Yeah,
cards.
yeah.
We expect this to be
Decent
mocked.
tens double suited for Juha, 4 cards, but he lets it go.
Yeah, it's
He's on the shorter stack now, 95. Okay, he's down
It's
more
not
than
something you want to open, I think,
No,
from the
but this
cutoff.
is. Although no suits.
But it's on the button, and I
Yeah.
expect them to be opening wide anyway. This is certainly strong enough to be opening anyway, but it's a pot size open.
Which makes
Gimme the blinds.
Yeah, attacking the small stack of Rouse, doesn't want to give him the opportunity to just come along easily and cheap. So still our 8 players in this one. You see the outer table to our upper left.
It's getting closer and closer to me. I mean, I thought I had this in the bag.
I
when it was
thought so
8
too,
at the
actually,
start of
when
this
we
level.
when we had 2 eliminations 35 minutes ago or so, 30.
It's going to be
But,
close.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't happen before the break, that means we're going to have another short break after the break as well. So it could be a little bit of patience that we need to request of you. But it could be also that it remains 8-handed indefinitely. You know, the players are
Exactly.
fairly deep, actually. So
Yeah.
as long as the short stacks aren't overplaying their hands, you know, we're looking at a lot of fun action.
Yeah, provided partly by this guy, Kai Lehto, now opening to 15.
But it's just 6 minutes to the break, so it's looking like maybe 2-3 hands at both tables. At least on this one, it'll be slower because we're on to the 5 card. We don't know if they're playing 4 or 5 on the outer table. But Juha defending with his nice rundown, 10-9-9, 7-3. 3 not so much, but easy to get away from a hand like that. And this is not Juha's flop, but it's not really Kai's either, but it hits Kai's range. He is ahead by connecting with the jack. The 10 queen is nice enough. King, you have a straight. Otherwise, really Kai is just betting because he thinks Juha has nothing and doesn't want Juha to realize his equity.
Yeah, and we're not checking any cards here. Would be fun now if you started doing it
Yeah,
all
every
the
hand,
time. Like,
every action. And gets Juha to fold, but as we said, Juha didn't really have much going on there, so easy fold by Juha. And Kai undeterred about going against one of the legends of the game, but Kai is a very strong player, very confident. And that's even more emphasized by Wise Guy's latest comment that he's never really double-checking his cards, even in 5-card Omaha. So that also gives if the other players are noticing what you noticed, they notice a very confident Kai at the moment. And he has a reputation as a very strong player in different formats, especially Omaha. But also Hold'em. And Kai with more than 1.3 million in cashes coming into this festival. And that includes a lot of results here in Tallinn. So he has won the 3K Hold'em High Roller before. Now he's going for the 3K Omaha High Roller.
is this the one for Ralph's? Jackson 10s?
He
Single
has
suit.
also won the Kings of Tallinn main event. So he is,
yeah.
yep, back in 2023. He has his name on those stairs. So don't think of him just as an Omaha player. He's rather good at various formats, especially 2-card, but has a lot of big Omaha results over the years as well.
It's just a call from Ralph's. So still some 62K behind there, and Juha is not going to use any more of his chips. Neither is Pasi. So we go heads up to the flop between Finland and Latvia.
Ralphs is putting himself at a little bit of danger here.
Yeah, but he
But
found
look at
a
this.
boat.
Yeah,
so
let's forget about the
he's in-
danger. He's got a check mark. There's
Yeah.
no danger.
And you can see Kai with the nut flush draw, so this could be some more chips going into this one for sure.
It could go check as well if Kai doesn't bet. Like Ralphs wants to be able to get more money in. Bet on the flop might not be the way, even though we see in this case he'd probably get a call with the ace-high flush draw, not knowing how strong Ralphs really is.
Yeah.
But instead Kai is not going to let us know the answer to that question because he's going to lead out for 12K. And I love this table demeanor. He knows he has the full house, I'm pretty sure, but he's trying to make it look like he doesn't really want to call. It is possible he
Are
raises
you
here
accusing
too.
him of Hollywooding here?
No, I'm accusing him of good poker demeanor. This is very smart, actually,
Yeah, sure.
especially since he hasn't really behaved this way on the feature table before. It is a big spot for him. He wants to get that full double up in if he can. He knows that there's not too many cards that can hurt him, and in this case, there's 0 cards that can hurt him. And now he has, and just in case, a second quad draw because he has also tens full.
True.
So he has 2 quads draw, but none of that really matters. It's just fun and games that we're talking right now. And Kai opts for the check. I won't be surprised if Ralphs gets a little bit impatient and just tries to get value here. But if he checks, he may get a bluff from Kai, but that's very results-oriented. And you want to keep that pot moving a little bit. And if a heart doesn't hit, for example, and you're putting him on something like that, you want to get a little more money in now. But does check it back, and I'm not sure what would have happened if he folded, but look at this.
Oh, the flush comes, which could help Ralph's in this case.
Yeah,
to
the
get
check
some
back
more.
was very good because now I think no matter what he bets, which should be the full lot, he will get a call from Kai. It's hard for Kai to get away from that based on how the action went. Small bet call, check. But maybe he's smelling something. Or maybe he's also trying to figure out how to realize value. But he's just
Yeah.
going to get it in. And we're going to be looking at a full double up here for Ralphs, right heading into the break.
Where's the snap goal?
He's just double checking. He's not Kai. Come on. He needs to make sure that he has one of those sets.
Exactly. That's true.
One of those boats, actually, with the jacks and the tens. But easy call by Ralphs. And I don't think Kai takes that personally. You know, it's just that you need to make sure it is for your tournament life. Mind can play tricks on you, especially when you're at a TV table.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's allowed to double check, but he was still just asking how much before and then starting to checking. Yeah, the double up
the
is
Hollywood
there.
can end at that point.
Exactly.
Okay. But it looks like we might have one more hand because all the players are at the table. I wasn't sure if that hand carried
I
us
think
into
so,
the
right?
break, but this certainly should be the last hand.
Yeah, I think so. One more.
So we have one
up.
hand to lose one player.
If
Or
you're going to
otherwise,
win our internal bet for 90,000 euros. Yes, that's
No, I
correct.
promised Juhani that there'd be no prop bets
Aha,
by
you
me
did.
this time because he's not here.
All right. We did actually get to the break after
Oh,
this
look at
hand,
that.
so no more hands. We will have a breather for the players. They will have a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back from still 2 tables then. And yeah, we're going to go with this until the end, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, who's going anywhere when you have like this big PLO action? It doesn't happen every day that you have a 3,000 buy-in event in Northern Europe or anywhere in Europe for that matter, and PLO in Omaha, and it's been really fun to watch so far.
So let's have a coffee. We'll be back in 15 minutes for more PLO high roller action. Bye for now.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
I get the chance to truly be myself.
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is gonna be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
I'm a maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas, I go out and buy a cowboy hat, I step into character, then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever. And if you love me, hold me tight. And you will push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is gonna be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears the people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will love you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland.
Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrashi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake, I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
We are back from Kings of Tallinn, the biggest poker festival in the north of Europe. This is Wise Guy and Jason Glatzer in the booth. And what are we doing today?
We have been watching PLO pretty much all day. We started with the 1K PLO Championship. We got to watch the final table of that and bring all that action. And then things got mixed up with the 3K, pretty much, which is what we're watching now. The competition is a lot different than what we saw in the 1K, and right now we are on the final table bubble coming back from the break with Juha Helppi as the short stack.
We are, yes. So let's head back to the tables. We have our feature table of 4 players here. We have Kai Lehto in seat number 1. We have Ralfs, Latvia, seat number 2. Juha Helppi, Finland, seat number 3. And then Pasi is completing, Pasi Lahinen, completing the table. We should say Ralph Bloombergs is this guy's name, and he has 166k in front of him, and not a hand he want to be getting frisky with under the gun, 4-handed 5-card PLO, I would think. Goes into the muck. What about the rather short stacked Juha Helppi now with 12 bigs in front of him?
And he's going for it. It looks like maybe second guessing the 21K raise. It looks like he has out. Maybe it's 16. We'll find out in a second. It is 21K. And Pasi with the quick fold. And let's see what Kai opts to do.
Yeah, costing him 15 more to stay in. Looks like he's interested.
You would think you might not want to chip up Juha, but no. This is a normalish defend anyway. But look at this. It is the nuts flopped by Kai with that king-queen. Has also the backdoor diamonds. Juha with the bottom pair and a flush draw, so isn't out, but out yet. And let's see if Kai just tries to push his opponent off other draws. It looks like he's reaching for chips right away, putting Juha to the test. And we're not, even though it's the final table bubble, we're not near the money yet. It's the top 4 that get paid, so that might be a determining factor in whether he's calling or folding. Maybe he's willing to take a risk knowing that he's behind, but still has some hope potentially. But the problem is it's only a 9-high flush draw. It may have been a little bit ambitious, but the 21K raise to begin with. But if Kai just folded, we wouldn't even be talking about that.
While we wait for Juha's decision, we see Lenka sneaking in the bottom corner to take some beautiful pictures of our 8 players left in this field, because there are a lot of photos being taken during this series, Jason. Part of them used in your live reporting.
Yeah, and I use them also in the articles. I try to find the right photo. There's a lot to choose from. Lenka is absolutely fantastic because she's been with the Kings of Tallinn and other events here at Olympic Park Casino for quite some time, and you can find their pictures on the OlyBet Poker Flickr, on OlyBet Poker Facebook, also in our reporting over at poker.pro, and there's some selections also on Instagram. But here's a look at the chip counts. Juha in danger, sub 10 big blinds, and Paul in Omaha, it's not the same as Hold'em, where sub 10 big blinds isn't critical, but it is a danger zone nonetheless.
Absolutely it is. Needs to find some momentum going shortly.
We did witness, though, Posse go from 38,000 to more than 400 at one point. Or was that Kai? No, it was Kai.
Right,
Posse already had a big stack to come off the last break.
Now then, mystery hand for Juha so far, but he gets active, erasing this one.
Ta-da!
Makes it 12. So, sorry, 21. It's a full pot bet. And kings for Kai.
This is a nice hand for Juha, and the mystery hand is actually very pretty. Is Kai going to prove spoiler 2 hands in a row?
Pots. And
this is interesting. King, king, 5, 5, 3. With a player still left that has a lot of chips, and pot to 69, and Ralph's, it did deny him from seeing a flop. That was a nice rundown that he had to fold. And
yeah, it was.
Juha's going to snap call, and off to the races. Juha is slightly ahead, but it's more or less a coin flip situation as to whether we start the final table now with Juha on the bubble, or whether Juha doubles up to a, not a healthy stack, but close enough near 20 big blinds with 116,000.
I know who the 7 remaining players are rooting for here, because Juha being maybe the strongest player in the field, they don't mind having him go out now. But
the 10-7 over to Juha, taking a massive lead in this hand. The 10 of clubs on the turn gives the check mark over to Juha, so a full double up by Juha, helping exactly what you said the rest of the field did not want to happen.
And he looks so happy, Juha, right? Okay, I have to stay another orbit or 2.
He's happy on the inside.
Yes, of course. And inside is the most important. 3 fins then on this feature table, but we do have 4 more players in this tournament still. Outer table of 4 as well.
Juha bought a lifetime of goodwill about 10 years ago with me when he was nice to my young child who was probably 3 or 4 years old.
Okay.
And it wasn't even when he knew that he bumped into them with his family, my wife and my son, at the pool, and I wasn't even there. And I never introduced them to him, and he was super nice. And then later, when he found out who they were, obviously, he mentioned it to me.
Yeah.
My wife mentioned it to me, but didn't know that it was Juha Helppi, the legend of the game that he is. And whenever I see Juha, I try to catch a talk with him, as a friendly talk with him. But this time around, it's been just quick hellos because he's so busy grinding. And probably when he has free time, I'm doing some work or something else as well. The timing hasn't worked out. But look at Ralph's hand. I really love this rundown. The queen to the 9. Even got the clubs going, which are no bueno if it happens, being that Kai has that king 6. But this is a good spot to peel. If it's a little bit earlier in the tournament, maybe even a 3-bet could be warranted, but not right now. And does Juha think he's priced in to defend with a pretty crappy hand? And he says, not today.
Does indeed. And if you're watching the YouTube OlyBet Poker channel to see this one. You can connect with us with the chat. We have some routings for Ralph's. Swagstar, is it? Swagstar is rooting for Ralph's. So then we know who you favor in this pot. And slight favorite as well after the flopping the 10. No flush draw for either player. Kai just now with the 6.
I think Kai is thinking about taking this away. And I'm not sure it's going to work, but it might just because of those speeds. Not an easy decision for Ralph's, particularly just because of who was betting against him, and he's pretty consistent in his C-bets. It's something close to 90%, I think, at this rate. Be interesting to see that stat, actually, Kai's C-bet percentage rate when he opens from any position, to be fair.
True.
In a heads-up related pot. And I think he's C-betting close to 100%, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say between 80 and 90. But he can, that's the thing, it's been working for him. He knows what to do when he's called or played back at. And that's why Kai has had success both in Hold'em and in Omaha over the years. As we earlier mentioned, he's a previous Kings of Tallinn main event champion, as is Juha for that matter. So we have two of them at the table.
Indeed. Kai now with the jacks, taking it upstairs, under the gun. Oh, queens for Ralph's. 10-3 suited, but he lets them go.
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
And Posse will likely actually see a flop here.
I think he will.
Already at 45,000 this pot. 3, King 9, a pair of diamonds, and no diamonds about in Posse's hand. But meanwhile, Kai has top pair and the flush draw. It's going to be hard for him to realize any value from any of that, but he's likely going to continue what he was doing before and fire out a bet. He's looking down at the chips anyway, and here we go. Bet of 15,000, 1/3 of the pot. And unless it was a single chip, I would expect Posse to fold. He may call like a min bet of 6,000. And quick fold by Posse, and Kai chipping back up to over 300,000 in chips, while Posse down to 162. Eight players left. We will reach a final table when there are just 7 players remaining, and the top 4 players will be in the money for at least a 10,900 min cash, with tonight's winner going home with 34,070 euros. Not bad for a day's work. Juha with a pretty hand, ace, king, king, 3. He would have liked that 3 to be a queen or a jack or even a 10, maybe an ace, but nonetheless, he's on the button and will be opening for 21,000, reminiscent of the last time he was on the button with a 9 high and had to give up on a bad flop before doubling up the very next hand. Both those hands were against the player you see here in Kai Leto. And Kai making the call with just the queen 6-6-5. He does have the diamonds draw. And diamonds it shall be on the 4-4-9 flop. It's still the kings ahead at the moment by Juha, but you can see it's quite close. And a check by Kai. And I expect Juha to be betting here. But he's not betting big. He's preparing to get it in on the turn, it seems, with this bet, because he couldn't get it all in now. And maybe milking an opponent along, but this, it's not that he's out of the woods yet, so the thing holding Kai back isn't just the queen high of the flush draw that he has, it's the fact that there's a paired 4 and could be actually drawing to just a mere 6 or even dead to an opponent's 9. So he's probably going through all the possibilities here. And it looks like it's the one that I did not expect, which is put max pressure on Juha Helppi. And Juha actually may have to fold here.
Does not, though.
He
Money's
does
going
not, and Juha slightly ahead, wise guy.
Yeah, slightly. But again, risking his seat in the tournament as the final table bubble man, maybe, but still slightly ahead with the kings. Has to fade diamonds and 6s and maybe other backdoors.
Oh, no, what the heck, a 6. I mean, the diamond would have been less mean, but a queen and only a queen, but that was a quick 10 of clubs dealt on the river, and unfortunately, we've lost our legend, Juha Helppi, 2-time bracelet winner, 1-time Kings of Tallinn main event champion. He's also a WSOP circuit ring winner here in Tallinn. Unfortunately, we will not see him on the final table. Out in 8th place, Einars Mujevs, a Latvian we haven't seen, will be on the break. Coming back from the break on the chip lead, and we're off to the studio.
And here's the studio. That's us.
Hey, hey.
And that's the finalist done now. The 3 players from that table will be joined by 4 others. We'll see exactly the lineup after the break. So it'll be about 10 to 12 minute break now before we come back to have the final 7 battle it out for the 4 payouts and the nice trophy up top as well, of course. Who's your favorite?
It was Juha Helppi, but I mean, I really like the way both Kai and Pasi are playing, but until we see how the other players are playing, I mean, I like how Yuri plays. I think I'm going to be on one of the Finns, Team Finland in general. There's 3 Finns, 2 Latvians, a Swede, and a player from Netherlands, and Bjorn Verbakel on the final table with Bjorn as the short stack. Patrick is pretty close, and Yuri, actually, it's an interesting spread. You have 5 players between 107,000 and 159,000 chips. Yeah. And then you have Einars on 540, and Kai, of course, we saw what he did. He's up to 426 after taking out Juha.
Really on a heater, Kai Lehto, and we'll be back after the break. So see you soon.
See you.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million,
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
I get the chance to truly be myself.
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
I'm a maniac, maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas, I go out and buy a cowboy hat, I step into character, then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head. And Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever, and if you love me, hold me tight, and you will push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you. Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the Legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at the Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, which is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby. Woo!
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here in when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Now you can hear us as well. Sorry for that. Jason, you should have punched me.
I mean, I have my hands like this, just
You're
waiting to
tied.
see you. I wanted to see whether it was going to happen again. If we were betting this week, I would have won that bet as well.
You would have. This is Kings of Tallinn, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the middle of a PLO day, a long day of PLO action all throughout the day. We are having the final table just being formed for the 3K high roller, and let's take a look at the tables before we are ready to go. And Teresa will introduce them.
Final table of the 3,000 euro Potlin Omaha 4, Potlin Omaha 5 high roller. So this is the 3,000 euro event number 50. PLO4, PLO5, and the final 7 players. I'll just quickly run through the names and the chip counts. Seat 1 from Sweden with 111,000 in chips, Patrik Rössel. Seat 2, 540,000 in chips, from Latvia, Einars Moajevs. Finland on seat 3, Pasi Laihinen with 159,000 in chips. Seat 4 with 122,000 in chips, Juri Merilinta. Next up, 136,000 in chips from Latvia, Raus Blombergs. And 426,000 in chips. He is a former Kings of Tallinn main event winner as well, Kai Lehto. And then finally on seat 7, 107,000 in chips from the Netherlands, Björn Verbakke. And we're ready to go. 3,000, 6,000 blinds. This is PLO4, PLO5, 3,000 euro high roller. We're gonna deal out the cards.
Thank you, Teresa. What an introduction there by Teresa. Still has the energy at this time of night to deliver the top-notch intro that you see here. And looks like we have the clean names now. I love this. So great job, guys. I appreciate the effort there. It's nice to see.
Yeah, here they are, the final 7.
We've reached perfection now. Names correct. I mean, the stream has been brilliant from the beginning. I love the new location in the corner of the room. And, Edgar's and his whole team, I would say, have done, they've upped it a notch. And the No Filter was up the notch, and the WSOP circuit was up the notch. So every time we see one improvement, if not more, every time. So thank you, Edgars, for making our lives nice and easy and making the viewer experience as good as it is.
Now then, Patrik Rössel, Sweden, has folded already, right? So it's over to the guy in the small blind here, Einars, who we haven't had on this feature table yet today.
Chip leader.
Yep. And up against Pasi Laihinen in the big blind.
Are there any 7s about? Any 7-5s about?
I don't have the memory of Kai Lehto, so I don't know.
You would have to remember 10 cards. We don't know if Kai
Oh,
can do
there is
that.
actually one.
Yeah, I thought Einars maybe had one, but wasn't sure. But it's Pasi with the clubs that's going to lead out. And I don't think this is going to scare Einars. In fact, he may be thinking about whether he should raise or not, because it is kind of a blocking size bet versus anything else. He was just trying to dictate that he wasn't going to pay too much, maybe for that flush draw, which might get him in trouble. Even though the flush was completed with the king, it's Einars with the check mark. This could be small trouble. I don't expect Pasi to stack off with a 10 high flush, and in fact does check it back. And the 5 of diamond should make him a little bit more relaxed, because the 7-5s are a little less likely. We see it's a 7 king, and Einars is going to likely need to bet to get more value, because Pasi basically has a showdown only kind of hand, where if he's betting Wise Guy, he's going to basically just get called by 1 or 2 worse hands in this case. He does even have that 9 of clubs, making matters worse, and the 7 and the 5 are out there. So there's really not too many lower flushes that are calling, and he could have probably bet it a little bit bigger if he knew that the flush was about, but there were other combinations that maybe would call, like a bear 5 maybe. But Pasi does call with this 10 high flush, and it is a pot for the chip leader, with the rich getting richer.
Indeed, and Pasi was one of the shorter stacks already before that hand. He's not the lost in chips, but almost. You can see 18, 19, 20, 20 blinds each for guy in the bottom of that. And here are the payouts. You also have them pinned in our OlyBet Poker YouTube chat, but here are the 4 payouts in the tournament. So
$34.07 for top prize.
not much, right?
No, it's 34,070 euros.
Yes.
Don't listen to me. I'm just having a little fun, but it's it's a nice prize, especially when you consider it's 32 entries. But when you look at the field, it's really some of the cream of the crop that we have going on. I don't know so much about the chip leader. Ralph's, I've heard, is a strong player. We've seen him play a bit differently, both than from the 1K players that we saw earlier and the 3K players that we saw before the final table. But maybe he's, so far, he hasn't had any hands to play to judge how that might change on a full ring table.
Yeah, and being a high roller and being a 4 and 5 card event, you will surely get a lot more action here than you would maybe if we're in the same stage of a tournament in a Hold'em tournament where people might be a bit less aggressive and just trying to work their way into the money. But these high rollers sure have their eye on the trophy and the first prize and will not just fold themselves to get to a bubble face or something like that. So sure we will have some nice action.
And it was interesting that we had a limp from the overwhelming chip leader. I mean, we have Posse, who just lost some chips, and Yuri, who can be tricky, but also a short-stacked player. So maybe he just didn't want to be facing a 3-bet and would be willing to call a raise. But very often you're just taking the blinds there, which effectively is what happened, post-flop. But if his opponent hits a hand in his face, then that can be a little bit dangerous as well, even for a chip leader. Omaha can be quite swingy, as can Hold'em for that matter, but even more so in Omaha, where you very often will see somebody that is on the bottom of the totem pole within like 4 hands be chip leader, and you often see chip leaders within 4 hands. I wouldn't say often, but it's often enough wind up on the rail.
Do you have a bet with someone to get the word totem pole into the stream? Or
how many times have I said it?
Twice.
This was the first. I need to go 3 more times. I just lost track of the counter.
Yeah.
No, I'm not allowed to, as I said, to do prop bets in all seriousness out of honor for Juhani, who is not with us this event, but was here for the celebrity affair. The famous Finnish journalist, the administrator, and massive props to him for the last couple decades. And for decades I hope to come as well. Unfortunately, at this event, there is no Finnish coverage. But there is English coverage at poker.pro, and of course we're going to be with you again on Saturday and Sunday, where we switch to 2-card poker, where we're really going to get deep into this main event. So many players are excited. The buzz is through the roof. It's not going to be just the million they play for. I'll eat those words if that doesn't happen. I almost guarantee it. We have 4 levels of late registration on day 2, hour-long levels. And it's close to that million already, with day 1Ds still ongoing. I expect less and less players to enter day 1D as that goes on, and more players to just save up for day 2. That's typically the trends that you see. But there are always players that say, let's get a few hands in on these early levels as well. So we'll see what the numbers are at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and that's tomorrow then, the day 2 of the main event, and then Saturday we are back. We don't have a stream tomorrow, but we do have day 3 of the main event all day Saturday, and then Sunday, the final day, of course, to see who takes this coveted crown that you've seen in all our introductions, the glass trophy for the King of Tallinn.
While this is going on, I'm going to pull up tomorrow's schedule in case we have people that are listening here. We can say what we might play, because we both kind of have a day off. It is Friday. I still have some work, but, starting
Are you saying we're going to play poker tomorrow?
I'm saying that it should almost be mandatory that we play poker tomorrow. It is Friday.
Yeah?
We do not have a stream, so the Sweden Championship, I know we would both want to play. There's a 5-5-5 pot limit Sweden Championship, and sometimes you see like this dual leveling where you have 20-30, and usually it's 30 minutes before, and then when things count, it goes faster to 20, just so you get more time for late reg. I mean, the Sviten event is not only well structured to begin with, but it's the opposite of what I said. So, like, once late registration closes, you're looking at a lot of play, a lot more than you normally would. And they've structured this as a 2-day affair, and
that's a slight problem for us.
Yeah, that's the problem. That if we make day 2 in the money, that we have to blind off. So that's not going to be for us. But I think that's going to get to be maybe the largest Sviten prize pool outside of maybe during the WSOP circuit, and maybe even bigger than that one, but we can't play that one, and we also can't play the 1100 deep stack progressive bounty. I'm not sure I would consider playing that one anyway, but in the nighttime we have something that we both would love to play, I'm pretty sure, this round of each. I think I have 3 live victories in this format where it's going between Hold'em and Omaha. Quite love the variety, and then there's a turbo, but that starts rather late at 10:30, and I think on Saturday, we started at 12:30 the commentating, right?
Yep.
So it's an early start, and that's probably not going to work. But there's a deep stack at 3 p.m., and I think that's the one that we start with, Wise Guy. We need to plan for 3 p.m. We don't need to play on time because it's not a bounty. We can enter, a little bit later. Perfect.
Perfect.
It's 15-minute clock, it's going to go bang, bang, and we're going to win in time to late reg. It'll be 1 and 2, that 350 round of each.
Perfect plan.
And then it'll go reverse where the other wins a trophy and the other comes second. But back to the action, we have King,
I
Queen,
thought it
Queen,
was
9.
Kings of Tallinn, but now it's Queens versus Queens.
But we have no queens on the table, just in the cards, so it's a little bit tricky. I think we're still kings with the queens. Because we do have Queens events within the Kings. Maybe it's a Queens sub-event within the PLO, just with the cards playing tricks on us. I now sound like Duncan Blake all philosophizing, but shout out to the singing cowboy who graced Tallinn at the end of last year.
Yeah, and Ralph decides to commit bigger part of his stack with his queens. And might be some action now then.
I don't think so, but
Yuri's getting out of this.
I think just because of the fact that they're not, well, he's looking at what's happening here, but I think it's because, they're not in the money yet. This looks rather strong. 3-betting over Yuri. Yuri's dominating if he gets it in, of course, but I'm just saying, you could easily just be in big trouble against like an ace-ace, kind of hand. It could even be better suited on the spade, so you lose that. And, I'm not surprised, for many reasons. Aggression paid off for Ralph's he does have a double flush draw, but other than that, had the weaker hand.
Well, you can see that we are still on the 6,000 blind level, 6 more minutes. Then we raise it up to 4-8, and then it's 5-10 and so on. And we're doing 30-minute levels throughout the entire tournament.
Where do you think we're going to be heads up?
At what time?
I'm thinking what level. Like we have, we can go through. We do this a lot, Wise Guy and I, because it's not necessarily for planning for the stream. I do it a lot to plan the hours of the people that are actually doing the reporting on Poker Pro. I mean, you can be off a lot sometimes because pace of play, and other determining factors. But we can usually make a fairly good estimate as far as when it's going to be 3-handed or heads up. So there were 32 players, so about 1.6 million in chips, if my math is correct, give or take with color ups. So that's going to be an 800,000 heads up. So it's probably going to be something around 1025, I think, is my guess. Maybe even 1530 or 1020. So
yeah, which would be the line of over and under will be around 1 o'clock then.
Okay, so that's reasonable for these players. Many of them have bags waiting for them for tomorrow's day 2 and squeeze this bad boy in for
plus a break
fun side event.
1:30, but yeah, exactly. They are also, of course, interested. And it's not only us checking the schedule for tomorrow. These guys surely enter as much as possible in these kind of series, of course, most of them.
But being that we don't have a work schedule tomorrow, as far as we're concerned, it's not as bad for us if it goes to 5 in the morning. We're still going to have fun with each other. I may have to like tap you on the shoulder once in a while. Hey, wise guy, you're
exactly.
You're not at home sleeping yet, but I think we have enough energy on this table with the way the players are playing. You know, not the table talk, but the action. That there's no way that we're going to lose interest in this.
Do we have any dress codes though after midnight, or is it pajamas?
It's, I mean, I think just within reason, you know, like it's not no filter at the Kings of Tallinn. We still have decor.
And another time, the queens are
pajamas,
3-betting.
Pajamas is probably acceptable. You know, you have a right amount of covering with pajamas. Ace
And
5-8 with no
chips
spades.
go in here now for Bjorn, called by Kai, but it's
quick call by Kai with the.
Yeah, but it was only 35k
yeah,
into
true.
130-ish. So cards are on their back, but you can see that Kai with the 8 needs some more help, but he's actually the equity favorite.
That's interesting. I'm trying to figure out how that is because there's also the 7-4, so a 6 doesn't count because that would give us straight over to Bjorn.
Let's see.
Unless I'm missing something here. It does seem like the Queen, 4-7 should be ahead. And the 5 pairing on the turn, keeping those queens ahead, and now those equity percentages make more sense. And another 5 on the river, so 5s over queens get the job done, and up to 202,000, and Kai takes a hit down to 302,000. So we have pretty much a clear chip leader now, and it's neither of these two players, but none other than Latvian Einars Muijevs with about 500,000 in the stack. And here we go. It's even more. It's close to 600,000, almost double that of Kai after Kai doubled up Bjorn, who all of a sudden catapults from one of the shorter stacks up to 3rd place. Meanwhile, Patrick is now the short stack, but you can see he still has 17 big blinds, which is more than enough. And Hold'em, let alone a game like Potlum in Omaha, where, you know, even with 10 big blinds, it's not the same as Hold'em. You still have actually playability. It really depends on the table. If you have a couple of guys that just like to always juice the pot in a non-bounty affair, you know, and increase variance, then yeah, it's similar to Hold'em in some ways. But being that you can't shove pre-flop, you know, it typically plays a lot smaller in terms of you could even blind down to like 6 or 5 big blinds and make a comeback from there. It's completely not unusual. It doesn't mean that's what you should strive for, though, wise guys. Next time you play Omaha, don't just blind down to 5 big blinds. As Jason said, this was the trick.
Okay, I'm changing. I had it in my black book here, but I'm not going to change the advice system.
But just in case you get down that low, you shouldn't give up. You shouldn't just punt off. You can still be slightly patient, but you have to open up your ranges, obviously, a bit. And we have Patrick with a nice rundown here from the small blind. It looks like he just completes, and who can blame him against the chip leader? Don't need to increase variance in the hand. And it's a 9-4-3 flop. Patrick with top pair. Einars connecting with the 4. Backdoor diamond flush draw as well, with the backdoor club flush draw for Patrick. And Patrick leading out with this top pair for 1/2 the pot. And Einar's looking like he at least wants to see what's going on the turn before.
It was Einar's leading out.
Sorry, Einar's leading out, and Patrick, yeah, apologies there. So Einar's leading out with the middle pair. That actually makes a massive difference. And this is a nice turn card for Einar's, even though it gives Patrick 2 pair. It does give Einar some potential outs if he gets himself in a little bit of hot water here. But this is very often a check back, and it is in this case as well. And Patrick with the absolute nuts, and after Einar checks back, Patrick really kind of needs to try to get a little bit more out of the pot. It might work with the 2 pair, but I don't think so. I think Einar's will let go to anything substantial. But it's not a player we saw play previous to the final table to know that for sure. And it is a small bet, so if he's folding to a small bet, he's going to fold if it's a little bit bigger, and Patrick getting a few chips. And here are the counts again.
Yeah.
Up to 20 bigs, so nobody's short, even if this was Hold'em. And Einar's with an absolute monstrous stack of near 100 big blinds on a final table that is still full ring.
Now then, updated since we are on a new blind level.
Yes, but in that last hand, he was still near 100.
Yeah.
Now he has around 70 big blinds. He's going to have to win a few pots in order to get back close to that 100 again. But he has all momentum on his side at the moment. Winning a few small pots. And that's the way to do things as a chip leader. Let the others collide with each other while you continue to chip up.
Now then, Mr. Mervirta with a secret hand so far. And sits with 136k. Uses some of them to make it 20.
Have you had the honor of playing with Yuri before?
I have once, yeah. A couple of years ago here in Tallinn. In a PLO4 event. Did not end well.
Did
for
he
me.
take your chips, or
I
was
think
it?
No, he didn't eliminate me, but he won a big pot. But
he's impossible to read.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I have to say about him is it's the same expression no matter what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Not much emotions.
No, there's no potential that I can see in getting any sort of read at all.
No, no shaking hands.
No, and
he doesn't need, to cover up to hide his pulse or anything.
No, and he plays a pretty solid game, but it can be quite tricky as well.
Now then, on the
I played with him once, but
format.
nothing really happened. That's why I was asking you as well.
Yeah.
Like it was too short of a period. And I think it was a really low volume event, like a 150 PLO or something. I don't know. Might not have even been PLO, but I imagine it was.
I would be surprised to see him in a low buy-in Hold'em event.
Yeah, and it might not have been 150, but I'm not typically playing, I'm definitely never playing 3Ks or 1Ks in PLO.
Ralston folding the 9s and 6s. Kai, of course, lets that crappy hand go. Bjorn folding the kings, but of course in 5-card, not as strong as it would have been in a 4-card format. Although the suited queens for single suit for Einar's, and in position, he makes it 22 to go. Pasi is out.
And Yuri, what is he going to do with the mystery cards?
Yes, that's the question.
It is a more than a min raise, almost a 3x, and maybe we'll never know, but Yuri should be folding a lot of the time there on a big raise out of position, or 3-betting, and obviously there's a lot of calls mixed in too, but it becomes more fold heavy once the bet sizing goes up. And Einar is up to 572. Pasi is now the short stack with 14 big blinds after the blinds went up with 109,000. But there's 5 players between 14 and 25 big blinds. So day 1D is on its last level, Wise Guy, in real time.
They are? Yeah.
Yep, it's being announced
It's
now.
a shorter flight, right? I mean,
yeah,
shorter
it's a
line levels.
turbocharged affair, so they're not playing the same levels, but tomorrow they go back to playing the 1-hour levels. So we're kind of learning why neither of us have heard about A&Rs before. We didn't have enough time to really research in between the final table being created this time around. But he goes back a number of years, but how many caches are there?
3 in total, and the biggest one being for 3,700 euros. So,
but he does have experience with victory, but that's in a Hold'em affair back when the MPNPT was a thing, and it was here in Tallinn in 2016. Yeah, there couldn't have been too many runners in that one.
If this one is correct, if it's not under another name in the Hendon mob, you wonder how he found his way to this one.
Maybe cash. This has all the workings of somebody that plays a lot of cash games, because this goes back to 2015 with the last cash of 2019. So either he's playing tournaments potentially like in places that allow you to be anonymous, which is pretty much the entire United Kingdom and other places in Central Europe, or The more likely scenario is that he's playing cash games, but we can find out. There's a large Latvian contingent, and I'm pretty sure we can ask him directly at some stage. I'm just not sure we're going to be able to get that information over to you during the stream.
Maybe we have someone in the YouTube chat who can enlighten us.
Yeah, there has to be somebody reeling Einars, but yeah, if you know Einars, give us a little info. He's a wild card to us. We know the Finns quite well. Bjorn is also somebody I haven't seen here before, but so anything about Bjorn as well would be helpful.
As mentioned, Einars now decides to stay active. Queen Jack 10 9 6, and Posse is out. What about Mr. Mystery Hand? No. Folding from the bottom. And Kai with a not so very nice 5-card hand.
They've switched the Big O, in which case he's miles ahead.
Exactly. Speaking of Big O, Jason, the event you would have won if you could play it is on Saturday. The 350 PLO high-low 4-5 cards.
The Big O portion of it, I can't say I'm going to be as much of a favorite as I would be in the 4-card version. I mean, in the last 6 months, I'm playing online like 80% PLO8 and NLH with I'm not going to say my ROI online or anything like that, but let's just say it's quite good. And I have a positive Hold'em ROI, but this is like close to 4 times the Hold'em ROI. So I would love to play in a 4-card PLO 8 event, and I don't want to have to fly out to Vegas to do it, so I may have to create one myself or convince one of the partners of Poker Pro, you know what, we should start doing some PLO 8. You notice they took away the stud high, low round of each after I won the trophy, so I'm still defending champion of that this year.
You will forever be.
No, they'll probably put it back. A lot of people had fun in that event.
So it wasn't you that took it off then?
No, of course not. I would have been happy to play that. I love stud high low. But I like that game even if it's pot limit and it was online. I'd be playing that nonstop instead of 08.
Now then, Posse getting frisky here. 3-betting. Does he have a train to catch? Ace, Queen, 10, 9, 4. It's double suited, but still. Decides to go up against the chip leader. Being called.
I think Posse is just going to, he's in a tight aggressive mode, understanding he's still 3 away from the money. And he shouldn't just be binding off. If he can double up, then he can get back to business.
This might be some trouble for him, right? Because now...
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, they both have, yeah, exactly.
There's not really any real... There's the 8-7 by Einars. That's a little tricky. And what about with Posse?
Yeah, of course he will continue now because 3-betting with this and finding the top 2. And a gut shot means that
going
he has
to get
to go
in.
for it.
And a snap call by Einars.
That was a snap, right?
Wasting no time
at
all.
But he's quick.
Kai Leto style, already knowing his 5 cards and does have that additional draw to give him additional equity.
Yeah.
There is an ace and some other ways for actually for Posse to get ahead as well. But as things stand now, the most likely scenario is that everybody loves a chop.
Yes. Although that 5 changes things.
But it's a diamond flush draw, so now Posse has some possibilities.
But if it stays this way, there's the seal of faith for Posse. Laihinen is our 7th place finisher.
And the gentleman that he is, he gives the fist pump over to Einars, who brings his chip lead up to 741,000.
Wow.
As we mentioned, there's about 1.6 million chips in play, so 6-handed, about half of them, a little bit less, belong over to Einars. And we're basically now just 2 players away from the money, which is a lot different than 3 players away from the money. So it'll be interesting to see how Bjorn, Yuri, Ralphs, and Patrick face this, and whether Kai can find some spots to play hands, because he's not going to really want to face up against Einar and commit massive ICM suicide. Meanwhile, Einars can open at will if he chooses to do so. Perhaps we see him choose that option to be opening about 70% of the time, but it's possible that he's just going to sit back and just continue to play as if it was a cash game.
Yep, there's some action in the chat, Jason. First, we have the easy question about what's the initial field. That was 32 entrants in this one. And then we have a bit of a tricky one because Ingrid says that she knows everything about Bjorn. So pretty much saying
well, she
maybe
does have his last name, so
yeah,
there may
exactly.
be something.
Maybe she
going
knows
on.
too much.
Yeah.
Please, Ingrid, just spill the the child-friendly versions of Bjorn. But we'd like to know some more about his whereabouts.
We're an 18 plus,
yeah, but still, right?
I mean, we're not the X-rated version, of course, but we can learn some information. But we're more curious about how long he's been playing and if he's an Omaha tournament player regularly, or if he just hopped in because he saw it on the schedule,
or if it's a cat or a dog person. And
yeah, of course. I mean, that was without saying.
No, but he has actually, if we look at the old Hendon mob, his first tournament cash was less than a year ago. So he seems like he's pretty new to the tournament scene at least.
But it isn't a PLO event, and his caches seem to be in the early goings mostly
and
PLO.
Starting with a 2K event. So, I mean, he went straight to the big ones. Or maybe...
Or maybe he was playing under a nickname because he noticed he has a lot of Czech Republic flags, and there it's so easy. You just tell them you want to play anonymous, and all of a sudden you're anonymous. It depends on the casino. I like it here. I like to know who people are that are playing. I think if you want to be anonymous, you should play cash games rather than an internationally recognized tournament. The local tournaments, of course, should go both ways, where if you want to be anonymous, great. But
might be some potential double-up opportunities for Patrick here as he flops the top set, and Kai with the open-ender, although no flush draw for either player, but maybe Patrick can get it in here.
He has to basically bet big. I mean, he has a little bit more than a pot-sized bet in his hand. And this is a really scary board. You'll be happy enough to get a fold even with your top set. And if you're called, at least you're seeing, the rest of the deck.
Yeah, here's the bet. And, fold from Kai. So
well done
discipline
by Patrick.
lay down.
It's not the same as Hold'em. I know that I'm repeating myself, but I haven't said that in a while. In Hold'em, you're just going to bet 1/3 of the pot, if anything at all. You maybe let the button do the betting for you, or it goes check, and you do something on the turn. But it's, yes, the flush draws out there, yes, the straight draws out there, but you don't need to be betting the pot. But we're in Omaha, because you have, and particularly in this situation with 5 cards, you want to deny all that weird equity that could be on the opponent's hand. Scary flops are scarier in Omaha than they are in Hold'em. I'm also going to do the spinning gold opening fight tomorrow, wise guys. So that should be fun.
Yeah.
I was told that during the breaks will be like the second day. So if you want to try it, if one of us makes the second day, it's probably going to be breaks during the main event. One of us just slips out of the booth for 10 minutes, comes back with an update that we've made it to the final day or the next round, or that. We jammed it with 7-4 suited and somehow took a bad beat against tens.
Aces now limped by Patrick in the small blind. Doesn't grab the bait in the big blind. So off to a limped pot flop. And not flush draw added to the aces as well.
Yeah, it's gotten prettier and prettier for Patrick there, but somehow his equity is
still not biting the bait, Einars. And
I wonder why Patrick is... I mean, there is 2 pair now, so it makes sense that Patrick is behind. But the equities were really close on that flop, which didn't make too much sense to me. But 5 card, as I said, that's not where my experience really lies, understanding equities and percentages, and it gets even more difficult in high-low. I would still love to play that PLO8, though, even with the 5 card element in it, from a learning perspective.
So now Ingrid has spilled some details for us. Says that Bjorn is a PLO player, played for more than 20 years and goes to Vegas every year. So then I'm guessing he's playing mostly cash games then, since we didn't find that much tourney results. But
you're burning money on fire if you're not playing. If you're a PLO player, you have to play cash games mostly, and then you squeeze in a few tournaments if you just want that, extra excitement. But you're not you don't be a glory hunter, and you. If poker is your business, and I assume then he's a cash player, because the games do. Let's say a 5-5 PLO game here. We're going to go based on stakes that I play. It's potentially beatable. You make it actually a really good table as well. That happens, but the good tables are far more consistent in Vegas during the WSOP and non during the WSOP. I'd recommend checking out places like Texas and Florida. Not that I have experienced it in recent times, and I've never experienced Texas poker, but this is going on word of mouth of other players from Europe that use their, let's say, visa to go over for 3 months, and those are the two spots where they've had a lot of, let's say, enjoyment and success. So a nice combination. But meanwhile, we have Ralph's with aces and 4-card Omaha, but unsuited all the way around, but still worthy of a pot size open from under the gun. Folds all the way around to the chip leader, Einars, who quickly folded queens, and I didn't see the other two so fast. And Yuri looks like he's ready to defend, and he does with the King, Jack, 9-5 with 2 diamonds in the mix there. So both players with around double the pot, with 68,000 already in the middle. And it's a King 5 deuce flop, so Yuri with 2 pair pulling ahead of Ralph's, at least for now. And let's see if Yuri just says it's top 2, let's make a move, or if he's just going to check it. He's asking how much in the pot, I believe, and he's doing what I like to see. He's betting, well, it's not the pot, but it's close enough, 67,000. Decided to keep a chip back for good measure. Or to figure out how to bet 2/3 of his stack, which is also maybe the thought process here. And Ralph's wondering what went wrong with his aces. He doesn't have that spade draw. It is an interesting flop for the aces. And he is going in. Wow, okay. And Yuri now has to call based on what's already in the pot. He doesn't waste any time doing so. So we could either have an elimination or a player on crumbs. Either way, there's 268,000 in the pot. So whoever wins this hand is going to be in very healthy shape.
Absolutely so. And as you can see, ace is still ahead. Oh, sorry, no, we have the 2 pair. No, I'm missing things here. 2 pair, King 5, of course, leading. So the ace is needing help for Ralph Bloomberg's, or he will be the next guy out.
And he is
apparently
at
being
risk.
Exactly, yeah. Should be like that.
It's
the
really
only player
close.
is Bloomberg's. Should be. That's the spade. 7 of spades doesn't help. Mr. Bloomberg's needs to find ace or deuce for a 7. Changed again.
Yeah, because I saw the stacks and I'm like, isn't there still chips there?
So there are crumbles left then for Ralph's, because he's not helped by the 8 of spades on the river. So Yuri Merivirta will double up through Ralph's, and he has only a blind left or so then, if the stats now or graphics now are correct.
He's going to need a bit of a comeback for sure, but we've seen stranger things happen off of 1 big blind. Being that he was under the gun, he actually has a full orbit to decide what to do, but he should figure out a way to, get it in at, in an isolated situation. So basically what I'm saying is a player raising big, then it's a good time to call, because very often the small blind, the big blind will fold, so that gets in the pot, and you have the anti-money, so you're getting really good odds to actually quadruple up plus.
Yeah, so Yuri now up to 2nd place in chips on this final table. Still 6 players left though, but Ralph will be forced all in because he's in the big blind.
Oh, it's in the big blind, that's right. So good luck to him. it is at least big blind first these days. So if it was ante first, all he could win back is his ante, but there is no ante this hand because he doesn't have enough extra to put in. So he can actually get a full double plus here, whereas if he had 16K, that ante's never being matched up, and you kind of still need to get it in, but with worse effective odds.
And it will not be Kai attacking the all-in big blind, not Bjorn either, apparently, with the 9s. So chip leader, Mr. Einars.
I think we're going to see him flick a chip in. Why not? You know, maybe he'll raise even. Just he doesn't mind if he stays around. He doesn't mind if he's eliminated. It works either way for him.
Small raise, min raise to 16, and fold from Yuri means that we are heads up, and Ralph's them all in with his Queen 8 something. Jack, one more, and a deuce.
I was hoping for like a 9 or a 10, but there's still, I think, all live cards there but the deuce. So it does have almost a 50-50 flip situation.
Let's see if the comeback starts now or if he's leaving us.
I
think maybe this will be a hard one to get back from. Wow. And Einar flopping quads in a 16K
also
pot.
just for fun.
He would have liked to do that in a bigger pot though than 16K, but or 20, but still 4 of a kind. It's 4 of a kind, and we lose Ralph's.
It was fun watching Ralph's Bloombergs. We watched him, I think, from the beginning of us taking over the 3K from the 1K poker stream.
Yeah.
6th place, nothing to be ashamed of, actually, in this strong of a field. You know, you just didn't go home with any money, but from a results and performance perspective, I like the way that you played, even though you're the expert and I'm the commentator. But this leaves us now on the final table bubble, on the actual, not the final table bubble, but the real bubble, with 4 getting paid. So almost 11,000 euros, in fact. So it is quite a nice jump. It's almost 4x the buy-in. So best of luck to all players. 2 players from Finland left. Einars from Latvia, the overwhelming chip leader. Patrick Rossel from Sweden, and from the Netherlands is Jorn Verbakel, who we think a family member is in the chat as well. So thank you for tuning in as well, and thank you also for the information about his 2-decade experience.
Yeah, exactly.
And Einar's back doing Einar's things with his chip leading stack and trying to bully over the table, but Kai's hand is too pretty not to defend the big blind with a double suited King 10, 9, 8. None of those cards, though, came on a Queen 5, 6 flop, and meanwhile, Einar's with those sneaky 5s flops the bottom set. Backdoor flush draw to boot. It's still, you don't want to slow play anything, that's my opinion. This is definitely not a candidate to do so. You don't really need to worry so much about pot control, so just keep applying the pressure, as Einars is doing better than what I can say, because he seems to find all the spots early on at the final table. And Kai, I'm not sure what he's thinking about. A 7 gives him the nuts. He's just thinking how unlucky that flop was, and folds it away.
Yeah, but this time he's lucky there was not more of the flop for him, because flop set would have been a bit hard to overcome, but of course not impossible. Here they are, they on the bubble with Bjorn and Patrick, the bit shorter stacks, but still having 23 bigs. Kai, 29 bigs. Yuri, 33, and our big chip leader, Einars.
More than half the chips in play with 5 players remaining. And with these 4 players all bunched together, depending on how long this bubble goes, you can keep applying, not like, it doesn't have to be hard pressure, just, you know, continue to raise it up.
Yeah.
Very often it's going to get folded. If it doesn't and you're playing in position, you're very often then taking down a slightly bigger pot. And You can avoid marginal spots if you want, but you can also risk it against any of these players. So it's a good spot to be in for Einars, and he seems to know what to do with it, which is trouble for all the other players who really can't play back at him. They may want to, and they may do it anyway, but from an ICM point of view, it's easier to do once you at least get that first prize under your belt. And Bjorn, our new fan favorite, defending with tens. I believe he also had a jack and queen, so it's top two along with a flush draw for Bjorn, and it's an open ender for Einars. This may create some action out of nowhere.
Yeah, because expect Bjorn to maybe come with a check raise now if the chip leader stays aggressive, putting pressure, which he should, of course. Checking
Oh, wow,
behind.
it's the first
Surprised
time we've
to see
seen
that.
the not continuation, but you should never be at 100%. You need to check once in a while.
And I was surprised again that Bjorn doesn't bet on the turn with his top two, trying to get another one from the chip leader, but this goes check, check, so, and that's the straight, so.
Hashtag reward.
Yeah.
And Bjorn must think he has that blocked with the 2 tens, actually, so it's going to be awfully hard for him to get away from the bet.
Of course.
It's a 10-8, 10 kings that would be, let's say, betting here for value, nothing else. Maybe a queen jack, which he has, and that would be a little bit ambitious, but being that it was checked on the river, I could see that happening, or even a queen 9 for that matter. But the likely scenario is that he has a 10 king, 10-8, or he's trying to bluff the pot. This looks like a value bet of about half the pot, which was snapped off by Bjorn.
Yeah.
No, it was a pot size bet that was snapped off, and Bjorn shaking his head about this. He had the flush draw. He's showing the queen jack. Yeah, on the flop you were living in dreamland, but
yeah,
getting no love from that 6 of clubs, and certainly that 9 of hearts changing the course of everything.
Yeah, as you said, of course, having 2 tens himself blocks a lot of opportunities for the opponent to have a straight, the not straight that Einars did, but this time he did have it, and it cost Bjorn a big chunk of his stack, still left with 100k in front of him.
And Einars with more than 100 big blinds.
Yeah.
Living the dream.
For sure. And still on the 4-card format. If you just joined us, this is the 3K PLO High Roller. Final 4 players, and we're playing a round of each. 4 and 5 card PLO.
What do you prefer to play?
Among those two?
Yes.
4 cards.
Okay, we're similar that way, actually.
Yeah, but it's only because
but in cash games, I don't mind 5 cards. I don't.
When it depends on the, but in a tournament format,
especially if you're already playing Sveiten, if you want to mix in some 5-card Omaha, it's fine.
Yeah.
Or bomb pot, like you like. You like the bomb pot, 5-card bomb pot.
I do.
That you do like.
I do, yeah. Such a skill game.
I think that's the only part of the game you have an edge on, to be fair, when we're playing Sveiten. Actually, in the game that we played the other night in Sveiten, that then turned into like a little bit of a dealer's choice, a limited dealer's choice. After a little while, you played well in that one.
Aggression frequency, and we're not surprised to see Einars on top of this list. Bit surprised to see Kai in the very bottom, though. I would have picked Patrick or Bjorn, actually. But
on the final table, it depends if they reset for the final table. On the final table, he's not been active.
Right? Yeah, no, that's true. It's more like when there were 2
And then
tables,
even when it was
right.
4-handed, he wasn't able to be active because of the situation already. He was a little bit more active, but we also had posse with chips at the time too.
Kai folding the ace-king 7-7, and Bjorn now our short stack at the moment, folding, and it's actually a walk for the chip leader. They have so much respect now. That's the first walk of the day, I think. Doesn't happen too often in a PLO tournament, unless you're heads up maybe, but not even then. Just with the big blind
anti-format. It is the pure
it's
bubble at the moment, though, so
yeah.
Players are... they were a little bit tight coming into the final table to begin with, but not super tight, actually. They were playing hands. Now, I expect this could be a good time to see a chip millionaire in play if he if we see some relentless raising by Einars continue, because it's harder and harder for people to play hands. Is Kai going to play his beautiful Speed in hand?
Speed in hand. Back on the 5-card format now, as you can see.
Just discard the 7. Unless there's a 7 on the flop, then you can discard the king. But I think the king high flush draw is fine. And Bjorn here also with an interesting Speed in hand and Soko hand.
True. Actually makes it 16 to go. Well, he didn't. Graphics were off.
He did.
Ah, Patrick did.
And Einar's opting to float from the small blind, and Yuri with the mystery cards again. I guess we won't know what they have.
We won't. So Patrick and Einars then to the flop of Ace Jack 3 to the heart. So not flush draw for.
Ooh, dangerous.
Oh, sorry,
zone.
it was heart of 9 of hearts.
This could be a bit of a problem for Patrick. Oh, it's not enough hearts. Okay.
Yeah.
Once you said 2 hearts, I
fooled you.
I was looking at the players and seeing a king high flush draw versus a queen high flush draw with an ace already out there. So nut draw versus neck and nut draw, but that is not the case. And in this case, it's whoever bets it should get it.
Yeah, it's 2 hearts. I was
it
totally
is.
blind. The graphics were off.
That's interesting.
There's the 9 of hearts.
Oh,
completing.
no.
So this is
This
second
is what we
nuts
thought it was.
versus.
Yeah,
nuts.
because why is it showing up 9 of diamonds?
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. So we have to be more cognizant that the 9 of hearts might be programmed in as a 9 of diamonds.
So
Because
if
that
the
does
hands
make a
now
big
are
difference
correct,
in Omaha.
we do have the nuts versus.
Well, we saw the
second
cards.
nuts.
We saw the physical cards. Ah, it's already changed. We have a 9 of hearts.
Ah. Yeah, but I mean, the hands, if they are correct, the graphics from the hands.
We
then
haven't
we do have
seen any problems with that, I don't think. But you never know, I guess.
Trouble now for Patrick, of course.
It could be also coincidence that the 9 of diamonds was like the burn card and it accidentally hit the flop. But never mind that. We're going to see some action here. And Patrick opting to call a third of his stack, and who can blame him with the against an aggressive chip leader with the second nuts. And that may slow down both players. That may have actually saved Patrick.
Yeah.
And there's no reason for, Patrick with the quick check back. No reason for him to think all of a sudden, I'm going to get value for my queen high flush. And I mean, he is down to 10 big blinds, but it could have been that he's down to not getting a payout slip at all and watching from the rail on the pure bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the board doesn't pair. Of course, the money will go in there most likely, because if you call the turn with the second nuts, you're probably calling the river as well, right?
Yeah, which turns out to be unlucky for Kai, Yuri, and Bjorn, because they would have loved to have just been in the money now and, start opening up a little bit, trying to get to at least heads-up play, and then heads-up, can be quite swingy in PLO. That no chip lead is secure, but definitely you have an advantage coming in with a chip lead because there's often, these flip situations. Ooh, Bjorn with the big O and folding it instantly because that's not the game we're playing. And Patrick, who lost a lot of his stack that last hand as well. And now we're really going to see how Einars is approaching the bubble. If he raises here, he's raising every unopened hand.
Yeah.
I think that might be just a call, though, which is interesting.
Oh, that's
Blinds have gone up as well to 510.
Surprising not to be putting pressure, but he wouldn't have gotten Kai away.
I think Kai will be happy to see a free look at a position despite him being happy with the first part of that hand and the king, queen, queen. And a decent flop for king, queen, queen, especially when you have the king high flush draw on an unpaired board. And Kai opting to check, hoping to see a free turn, I believe. I don't think he wants to check raise in that spot anyway. And the 8 of hearts on the turn. Einars with the bear 9, but not enough for the straight there.
Kai with 2 blockers to the nuts.
I think...
checks behind. Checks first.
I think Einar's may be thinking, should I bet here? After it's checked twice to me. Okay, does not fall for the trap. And it is Broadway for Kai Leto, and I think he knows he's going to have to bet for have a chance. We see that's not going to work out. So really, like, if he knew what his opponent exactly had, a check would be best, because Einar's know the only way to win it is to bet into the pot, but I think based on what we've previously seen, if Kai checks, Einar's checks anyway.
Yeah, here's the bet from Kai, but insta-fold from Einar's is coming up.
Maybe not instant.
Yeah, it's already gone.
Oh, it's already gone. Okay, it looked like he went back to think because of the camera's focus on him, and I didn't see the cards, but you have a quicker eye than me. And Einar is still above 900,000. That was a limp pot, so he just lost a single big blind.
So now then, Bjorn having to commit some of his stack in the big blind.
Yeah, it's going to be actually a quarter of his stack because he's down to 82,000, 10 in the middle and 10 up front.
Yeah, might be hard. Also, in the 5-card format to find a fold if anyone puts the pressure on him now. But of course, he has another short stack here, just to his left. So it might be folding game on the bubble here for these two. Oh, normally a hand Patrick would play. But yeah, exactly. It's the bubble, and you know he has the chip leader to his left.
And the problem with 5-card Omaha, even when you have a good hand, you're often close to flipping against another 5 cards.
Exactly. And he does go full pot here, Patrick. Einar's already folded.
How does he raise to 75,000 from under the gun? That's not a legal raise.
No, it's not. It's too much.
He maybe raised to 35,000, but let's see if it matters. It's not going to matter if everybody folds in terms of the chip count reading. But if there's a call, a bet, and then a fold, then it's going to mess everything up.
Now, let's see. Will we get an all-in? I don't think so.
No, not in this game. If we were playing Raz, Big O, Badugi actually,
or if the
Badesi.
ace was at least suited, but I don't know what Bjorn is thinking here. Is he actually considering this one? We can see that he's not too far behind in equity, but you know normally the
short stack
guy
versus short
going
stack.
pot here under the gun normally has at least one ace himself, so could be heavily dominated. And
it depends. It could have been a min raise, in which case it's easier. Then I can understand it. The thinking, you know.
Yeah, we know it's not 75, but we know it's at least
20.
20, but
And
I think
probably
it was
35.
more. He grabbed the full, so
yeah,
it must
I think
be
it was
full
a pot size.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you're kind of making a statement as well. When you grab the whole stack, okay, raise me, and I'm just going to leave it there and call you.
Still considering.
I understand the pain here. It's like you really then become the short stack, you know. But Patrick will be in the big blind soon. But it's still you have to wonder if Patrick is just going after it because he's in the blinds next.
Yeah, that's fine to fold. So live to die another day, and Patrick has the blinds and antes. Bjorn now has at least one orbit to find a better hand or a better position to be first in, at least. We now have the other short stack, Patrick, in the blinds and with the ante. 20k of his 100+ stack. He's already committed and still on the 5 card.
We can switch percentage. Yeah, if we could. I don't think that's allowed.
I expect Einars to open up, not because of his cards, but because of situation. But this might be one that he actually folds. Nope, reaching for chips. As expected originally. picking a new raise sizing of 2.3x. We haven't seen that yet on the final table by any player.
No, we haven't. Getting creative, and the shorter stacks in the blinds quickly folds.
Yeah, so 3 of hearts.
I used to have a 2.3x preset, but it's gone now, and when I'm playing online, I don't use that very often anymore. Where if I do want to use it, I just put it in manually.
Yeah.
What's your prediction-wise, Guy? Is it going to be Einars winning the championship, or is it going to be the rest of the field? Because it's
the rest of the field.
The rest of the field has less chips, but it's still fairly. You're still getting 4 against 1, so I think it's fair. We're not allowed to bet anything, but we can do a non-bet choice. So
I'm going with the field.
The field, okay. And I guess it's fair, being that I live not so far from Latvia, that we can root for Einars. I like the styles of these players, though. In general, it's just fun what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But Einar's the chip leader. Is he calling or raising? I don't know what he said. There he is. Raising, but Kai was a little sneaky with the limp to begin with. Now, is Kai going to come over the top, or is he
don't
just
think
going to
so
call
on the
position?
bubble, right?
That's probably why.
Yeah.
So,
oh, that's me.
But then you're almost set mining with the ace portion of what you have. But in his case, he has 2 flush draws as well, so it's a bit different. And one of those flush draws becomes a real flush draw.
Both of them, though.
But
Look
what
at them
Einars
for
has.
action.
This could spell trouble for Kai, actually.
Yeah, because he has 2 shorter stacks to his left. We're on the bubble, and he flops the nut flush draw, but his opponent has second nut flush draw and a mate straight. So this is interesting now to see how Kai approaches this, because towards a small bet here, he surely want to see the turn, but how much is the bet into 85? It's 35, so that we are definitely calling, right?
I don't see him raising here, so I think he's just calling, but he certainly shouldn't be folding at this stage. Even if he thinks his opponent has a jack-queen, there's the implied odds of ripper betting on top of the turn betting if you hit your club on the turn. And Kai comes to a similar decision and finds a call. The king of diamonds doesn't change anything. Although if Einars bets pot again, he may be able to deny his opponent's potential equity.
Yeah, I mean, now probably
But he may
Einars
feel like I've got it all. Maybe I just check. But the diamonds he kind of needs to protect from as well. So I think we're going to see a bet, especially on the bubble, where if you check, most of the time Kai is going to do some pot control.
Yeah, pot bet, and Kai is out of the hand.
Well played there by Einars, and he is now a chip millionaire for the first time. And I think it's safe to say our only chip millionaire in this tournament thus far.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, even though we didn't see it. Pretty sure you're correct there, Mr. Glatzer. Here we have it, confirmation, 102 big blinds in front of him.
24, 18, 8.2, 7.1, 102.
So,
yeah. Really living the dream at this stage. It doesn't mean that he's going to win, of course, but, he's a heavy favorite. He's definitely, unless something really goes wrong, will make heads up. But, we've seen stranger things happen.
We have, but be surprised if he misses the heads up. It will be interesting if he does get there.
Or maybe he shall bubble.
No, Bjorn, of course, has to go with this one.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that it's the 5-3 that's suited instead of one of those aces.
Yeah, of course.
It's not the prettiest of aces. But of course he has to do what he's doing, and that's the player he was worried most about, is Einars. He really wants folds here. He knows at best he'll be like a 2-1 favorite. Actually, in this case, that's what he is against Yuri. And it is the bubble.
It is, and Yuri seems like he wants to call this one.
I'm not sure why, though.
No,
Yuri's
but
been
he
playing
does.
a little bit tight, and this is a little bit of a loose call to a pot size open with the 7-deuce in the hand with that king-queen, but then it's two pair for Yuri, so this is going to spell trouble, unfortunately, for Bjorn, who does have a rail with us, so let's see. There's still some potential outs. The hearts are alive for a backdoor. We could look at a 9. And Bjorn's going to have to call. He only has 26,000 left. Yuri just putting him to the test right away. And Bjorn, at risk to bubble, does not like what he sees and is already putting on his sweater there.
Yeah, because right now he needs the pairing of the board with a 9 or an ace.
Or a heart.
Yeah,
Or
does
a
not
jack.
get that. Yeah, now the jacks as well. Ace, jack, 9, or he's out. Oh, unfortunately, we have lost our friend from the Netherlands.
Good game to Bjorn Verbakel. Unfortunately, you might not have the best of memories because you bubbled the event, but it was nice to at least get to know a little bit about you. Meanwhile, the top 4 players, even though you don't see them clapping on the outside, they're clapping on the inside outside of maybe the chip leader, because they have all locked up 10,900 euros on their 3K buy-in. And there's still a bit to play for, of course, with third getting 16-3, second 23,850, and tonight's winner will receive 34,000 and some of the euros, barring any deals. And knowing, let's say, this mix of players, it's not unheard of that a deal will be made, but you know, let's say 10,000 difference between first and second is maybe like a like the difference of €1,000 difference between like if Wise Guy and I are playing like similar tournaments, and we may or may not deal, but if it's on TV, we're probably not dealing, to be fair.
Yeah, agreed.
You want to win outright if you're on stream, of course.
Patrick, the short stack now with 8 big blinds in front of him, letting this one go. 6 blinds actually. We're on a 5-10. So next hand he will be in the blinds, and then I don't see him folding, but he could afford to let one more go. And Einar's, of course, staying aggressive. And I see in the chat here that Emil wrote a bit earlier that he checked his cards, and I'm assuming he's referring to Kai then.
Probably.
That he maybe double checked it at some point. So have we caught Kai double checking his cards? Probably Emil has. I did not see it, but
Is that Emil from Sweden that I know? If I'll give him a shout out if it is.
Whoever it is, I give a shout out.
Okay.
We like all Emils, don't we?
No, but there's an
We don't
old
hold
school
any
one that I've
prisoners?
played a couple thousand cash game hands over the years with at this casino.
Oh, a Swede.
Going back 10 years, yeah.
Which Emil is that?
I'm pretty sure Sweden, yeah.
Did we have a set
He's
on the
a cash
turn
game
here?
player.
No, it's not 110 only, but we had a set on the flop. And 2 pairs for Kai. But Einar's, of course, with the set and the flush draw. And the queen and the 10, he has just everything here, right?
But no Jack 9, so, everything,
Yeah,
but
except
maybe
that.
not. He's
Except
still
there's
in
that
jeopardy.
little detail.
And Kai
Kai
with the 2
doesn't either,
pair.
though. Yeah.
The problem is he knows Einar's now is going to be full of crap most of the time, as he should be.
yeah.
And Kai may be looking at his 2 pair and
Oh, he actually
overvaluing
counts
it.
along here. A bit surprised, though, since Patrick, who's going to be in the big line, blah, blah, is... Oh, look at this. It doesn't change anything, but it slows Einar's down, maybe.
I need to point out that the difference between 5th and 4th is double that the difference between 4th and 3rd. So I think that makes a bit of a difference in how players are playing. The current, let's say, single ladder up pressure is a lot different.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between locking up 0 and 11,000 and, let's say, locking up 11 and 16 is... With these guys, it'll be a little bit nicer, of course, but it's not going to change anything for them. They're just going to go on and play next. So Kai getting himself down into Patrick territory almost. And yeah, here's a look at the payout so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's a 5,400 euro difference, and it's more than double 5th to 4th, which is a 10,900 difference. And it gets back to those big pay jumps between 3rd and 2nd, and of course it's a 5-figure difference between 2nd and 1st. Players are allowed to make a deal, but if they do make a deal, they still have to compete because it's mandatory they leave at least 10% to play for. And of course, these trophies are brilliant, and you get to take your picture on the throne. I don't think you've seen me happier than last year when I was on that throne with the trophy. It is a nice feeling. Normally when you get a trophy, you take the photo and you bring the trophy home. But here there's like a small little thing that Lenka does to make you feel special. And we have Crystal in the background.
Oh, we do?
Did we get her in the booth? No, she has an adult beverage.
Yeah, not
unfortunately,
allowed.
we need to cut her off from the booth, but we will say hi.
We will.
That's Wise Guy's better half. Far better
Definitely
half.
far better, yeah, exactly. Now then, 9-8-7-4 for Patrick. And Kai not finding much either with this one. And now, Jason, when we are in the money, I'm going to let something be known.
Wait a minute, this was curious. Kai just bluffed here.
And
Was he
Patrick
snapped?
gets it in.
Patrick gets it in.
In a good, he didn't think
how is
he will
this
find
all
this.
in?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's going on? I mean, Patrick was short, so of course there's that. But I mean, it's so strange that Patrick is ahead here by a 2-1 margin.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, Patrick, at least he has the open ender and he has to go with it. But bluffing against him, yeah, well.
He only had 22 back. He had to go for it.
Yeah. Now then, let's see if he can survive. That's the pairing of the board and
a club, for that matter.
Yeah.
And it does hold. It's just that little baby 9.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Patrick finding himself doubling up to 144,000. He has almost 15 big blinds, and Kai in danger territory.
And now that we are in the money, Jason, I'm releasing some facts about Patrick Russell that I didn't want to say before, because the other players did know about it already, but he did come into this one through the satellite yesterday.
Oh, nice. So his
in for this
ROI
one.
is already going to be better than the other players, unless somebody else came in through a satellite. We have Paparazzi and Rusne, who's been handling the stories on OlyBet Poker. Some of those stories are also on Poker Pro World, but the superstar from Kaunas, Lithuania.
Do they have
here
that
up
in Kaunas? Superstars? They do.
I mean, that
doesn't play basketball.
The best basketball team in Europe, of
Yeah,
course,
that's what I'm saying. That doesn't play basketball.
Certainly by payroll, the teams in Lithuania are far better than any other team, dollar for dollar. But there are some powerhouses in Spain, of course, that you need to compete with.
Are you saying Rusne is also by dollar the best ones we got?
Dollar by dollar, I could probably say that. And certainly since she has no competition at the moment, we can say she's the best at the Kings of Tallinn. We can go with that without stretching the truth.
Is your plan to borrow money from her, or why are you giving her these good words?
I don't know. I like Rusne. I don't give her enough love, and we need to give it publicly because I don't give it to her privately enough. She does a great job.
Absolutely. Now, this is the table short stack by far, because losing that pot, Kai is down to 4 big blinds. And is this the hand? He's thinking about it, and seems like the chips are
I hope it is,
in.
because then we get to learn what he has, and it's no longer a mystery.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you have to open wide, even in 4-card Omaha. The ICM pressure is there, but
yeah,
the
next
short
hand
stack,
he's already
it's
in the blinds,
it's
right?
really like your ICM pressure is
No, it's
completely
not, but-
evaporated once you're down this low.
Yeah. And now first in, almost all in. And Einar said, well, I guess I'm going to have to go with it.
No, he
the
folded.
sweetened hand. Oh, he did. He doesn't want to double Kai up for nothing.
Kai doubling up, though, anyway. Because
Exactly. I was surprised to see that fold, right? All right. So Kai gets one more chance and some more chips. He's happy to take that fold. And we can see now 6 minutes from another race of the blinds. It will be 6-12 next level.
So 30K in the middle instead of 25, so a 20% jump.
Yeah.
I always look at the percentage jumps, and I don't like the ones that edge upon 50%, but that doesn't happen at the Kings of Tallinn. But I am always interested in how gradually a tournament is increasing, rather than how long the blind levels are. It's just as important, where you're at, and being able to maintain consistently a decent stack.
Here we go again,
depends
right?
just as much on the structure. Yep.
Sorry for interrupting.
Nope. We have something happening with Kai for sure.
Yeah. Ah.
Which is a fold.
Yeah. That's what I said. No,
I
thought he was going to go
there.
with the under the gun queens, but
I didn't see the rest of the cards. But I think
they
everybody's
were
fearful of
pretty
Einars.
crap, but still. Now instead the chip leader with also some crappy hand, putting some pressure on Yuri. And of course, this is also using the fact that Kai is a really short stack, so I expect Yuri to have decent hand at least, since he is defending.
Any fours about there? I don't think there is an
Einars, right?
He has 2, 3, 9, King, Queen, I believe, something like that. No,
Yeah,
Queen,
and
Jack.
now we have the hand of Yuri as well. It doesn't have a 4, but it has a king, so he's in good shape.
And he would have called the bet by Einars, so it was smart he slowed down here from the
Sounds
small
like
blind.
there's a party on the rail as well.
My girl wants to party all the time.
It's past midnight, so Jason has started singing as well.
I should have started 43 minutes ago. What am I doing?
I'm surprised, but happy.
But happy. I'm getting it out of the way so I don't have to do
I forgot
karaoke.
to remind you to start singing. All right, here we have it again then. 2 short stacks, Patrick and Kai. They are in the money though, so expect them to not just be doing the folding game to get to third. These guys want to have chips to win or to go to bed to be ready for tomorrow's action.
But they can still fold for a few orbits if they want to. They can be patient. Even
but
Patrick
this won't
can.
be folded by Patrick, right?
No, probably not.
Nice hand with
He's
double
lipping now, which
flush
makes
draws.
some sense off the stack depth. You can call a raise now if you want to. But instead, Einar is opting to just say, let's do some family pot things. But Yuri doesn't want to be part of the family.
Yeah.
And Kai should
Kai's
be happy for
to
a free
see
look.
flop, yeah.
With less than a pot size bet behind. So if he hits a piece of it, he may be getting it in here. I don't think that's a piece.
It is with the 6,
Not
but
enough,
not
though.
much, no.
Or is
we
it?
have
No,
a
it's a
10
check.
for Einars and an open-ended, so Einars liking this one. Patrick with the double backdoors and
I
the
think
gut
it's
shot.
just a juicer. Yep, a juicer McGooser.
And Kai will be folding. Oh, he's double checking his cards. We have it on camera.
Yes, it's been confirmed. It doesn't maybe not have a photographic memory after all.
Patrick elects not to go with all the backdoors and gut shot.
Patrick is comfortable on the short stack because he's been on the short stack the entire final table having a good time. So, it's playing it safe has its merits sometimes.
Yeah, so he's actually turned 150 euros into 11K almost already.
So one more ladder up and it's like a ridiculous ROI.
Yeah.
100x the investment plus. A 10,000% ROI.
Wow.
Or is it that much? Yeah, 100x.
Mystery hand made the chip leader raise again and everyone folding.
So Patrick is the one player of the final 4 that is going to be happy regardless. But at this point, he's just happy to still be at the table, and then he'll see where things go. I don't know enough about Einars to know what his happiness level is in terms of how he came into the event. But certainly if you have 1.1 million, you're only going to be happy if you win. And then the next day you're going to be happy, with the overall result in the grand scheme of things. And Yuri and Kai, they're only going to be happy if they win, I'm pretty sure. The money will go back into their pockets, and they'll be a little bit happy about that, but they're more interested in, getting the max value out of their results.
Yeah.
Of course, they're going to still play ICM to a certain degree. It's not that it's trophy and trophy only. I'm just talking about final outcome.
Small raise from Kai by the looks of it.
Why wouldn't Kai shove there? Maybe a limp, and then I get it. But if it's... Yeah, it's a big raise. It's a stack, pretty much. And is Patrick going to have some fun? He's not, but what about Einars? Einars calls. And we have an ace-king-4 flop, which hits Kai. But we have a gut shot, backdoor flush draw. not really that much doing. I'm not sure where the full 31% comes from, but
A deuce right now would spoil the adventure of Kai Lehto in this one. But it's a deuce only, so huge favorite now. At the moment, Kai.
So Einar's left no choice to call, knowing that he needs a lot of help potentially against most hands. But as we see right now, it's just a deuce that'll push him ahead. Oh my God!
Oh,
and it's a check mark to Einar, so it showers to Kai Lehto, a former Kings of
finds
Tallinn
a
winner.
set of nines as
and
well.
Finds the set. That's ridiculous. But he's out in 4th place for 10,900 euros. He had a short stack on the bubble for a little bit of time, so still a nice result for the former Kings of Tallinn main event champion.
Yeah, and we have one guy on the table that's really happy about that laddering up, as we said. Patrick Russell, seat number 1, satellited in for 150 euro. Now he's locked up 16 something?
16-3. And could go up from there with second, getting 23,850 and winner 34,070. We see all the chips are still with Einar. He has now 75% of the chips in play. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. Big difference between Yuri and Patrick, but if Patrick doubles through Yuri, that kind of evens out a little bit. But, you know, Patrick did what he could, laddered up as far as he could, and now there's no pressure on him ICM-wise, actually, as the pure short stack. But he'd love to see just going heads up, even with 64,000, and these two other players collide.
And this is not the hand for Patrick, although next hand he will be pretty committed, putting in 24 of those 52K in the big blind. So I guess Einars is going to use that now to put the pressure on Yuri, who can't be calling. No, actually just limps
Yuri
in.
has enough chips like where, you know, he can see flops and things like that. It looks like it must have been a raise and a call because there's 60K in the middle.
No, I don't think there was.
It says pot 60,000
I disagree with those 60K. But maybe. I didn't see.
We didn't
Yuri
see the
flick
chips
any
move,
cards.
so it doesn't. And the Steelers dealing very fast. So for the main event, we need to make some adjustments. So it's good we had this PLO stream today.
It might actually be in 60K. There might have been a race and call. But anyhow, it's the nines of Yuri.
It doesn't look like,
King Jack down.
unless there's a great chip in there, it doesn't look like 60K, but it looks like it was.
Oh, it was a limp pot, right?
Yeah.
Anyhow, now
that's
we will
going to
have
make
the
Yuri's chips a little bit lower than they really are.
decider of whether Patrick is going to stay in the tournament or not, because surely he ain't folded this hand with almost half the stack already committed.
One would think not, but you never know. You might get trips in the hand. There are some hands that you would actually be folding
there are some few hands. Some sweetened hands.
Quad sevens. What are you going to do there?
You have a lot of blockers.
You have all the blockers pretty much, but it still doesn't matter.
He won't have that though, because 1-7 is here.
So maybe it'll be quad fours. And Einar's understanding.
And maybe he's getting a walk here. Oh, yeah, he might actually.
I think he should actually. Why would Yuri want to double up the short stack?
Exactly.
You're better off just going another round. And exactly what Yuri's thinking. And let's see what Patrick ends up
he's
having.
pretty happy about the walk.
He's pretending he's not, but he definitely
I
is.
have Trace. It's my favorite pair.
That's not even good in Hold'em.
No.
You would have to call off this stack depth if you're shoved upon and Hold'em with threes, but you can never really be too thrilled about that.
So one more hand at least for Patrick Russell of Sweden, the short stack at the table. And of course, he could turn this around to a real fairy tale story.
I'd like to see that. I mean, these are three worthy winners, but a Cinderella story is still a Cinderella story. Oh, Yuri. This is beautiful, despite the unsuitedness, three-handed, but he's limping. This is a pot control game at this stage with the very short-stacked Patrick.
Yeah.
And Einar's happy to see it for free out of position. 2 hearts, so this is good for Einar's on that end. And the problem is Yuri didn't hit anything. If another heart came, a check mark to Einar's with the 2 pair, but there's a straight possibility with the 5 deuce, 5-7. That doesn't slow Einar's down. And Yuri will quickly fold.
Yeah, as we now go back to the 5-card format.
Which benefits Patrick to some degree because, as mentioned earlier, as long as you're not tripped up, you typically have good equity against most strong hands, even with something less substantial than you would in 4-card if you have like real crap. The more cards, the more possibilities.
We can't play in Sweden anymore. If we close the place casino,
So let's see what Patrick can do in 5-card. Right now, he needs to get something moving or hope something odd happens and he gets heads up with Yuri blowing up his stack, but Yuri seems to be very protective over his chips at the moment. And this is a beautiful spot for Patrick, I believe, anyway. Double suited, ace, king, jack, 8, so the 4 is not really connected, but not that far off. Most of the stack able to get in, and it should be a fold, but maybe Yuri feels there's enough strength in this hand to call. We could see it's pretty much a coin flip if he does. But I think we're going to see a fold here, wise guy.
Yeah, that's my bet as well, and there we have it.
So things keep going where people are folding to Patrick. He's going to just continuously once in a while double up, and just by potting and getting folds.
Yeah, but now 25% of the stack goes in again. The blinds and ante. And then we'll see whether someone can put the pressure on him this time. Last orbit, he got a walk in the big blind.
that's because I like the games and the 8. Milo, yeah.
And maybe another walk is coming his way. No, not this time.
No, he should at least complete minimally.
Oh, and now he's found a hand.
Oh, and
he knows
Patrick
that.
Coming back right at
That's
it,
the
and we know he
queen.
at least has a queen
And a
deuce,
deuce.
actually. A gut shot for Yuri with the 5-3. Not much else doing. Expect Yuri to snap fold again, and he does.
Yeah.
He looks a little frustrated now, but maybe that's just, it's a long day. As we said, it's getting on to 1 a.m. This event started at 1 p.m.
I don't think Omaha is built for tournaments.
So we have 22 minutes left on the clock, and there will be a break at that stage for 20 minutes, after which it'll be 10,000, 15,000. Of course, 22 minutes is enough time where we may not reach that break. But I have a feeling if we're not three-handed, we'd be heads up and come on right back. But let's see how the rest of the three-handed play plays out. And we have Patrick limping with his King, 7-7. And Einar's raising it up with the Ace-Queen, 6-3-3. And will likely just get a call. Although it's with Patrick, who may want to get it in, but he does just call. 2 clubs on the 7-4-9 flop, so Einar's with the nut flush draw. Patrick, though, with the middle set, actually, with those sneaky 7s. And Patrick, I don't know the betting here. It went so fast. It looked like Patrick bet. Einar's raised over the top, and Patrick, no, it must have been check, bet, shove, call, but whatever it might be, we have a nut flush draw against middle set with some club blockers with that 7-3 as well. So not that many club outs. The 6-3 is sort of alive in a way if a 5 comes as well. So there's other outs for Einar's, but it's Patrick at risk at the moment.
We have a call in and a call on the final table.
At least for now, hoping it's not a club.
Action out of fold.
And if it is a club, then he needs the board to pair. Same if a 5 comes.
And Jens, player at the wrist, shows pocket kings, pocket sevens, and 3. In the corner, 6, 3, ace, queen, and 3. Let's go for the turn.
The 10 of hearts changes nothing. Patrick's kings are still ahead, looking very good to double up. And it's a 6 of spades on the river. The double up is confirmed, and Patrick now at 410,000. Even though Einar's took a hit, he is still a chip millionaire, but it's the first backward momentum we've seen from him for a little bit. And Patrick, who qualified in for just 150 euros, doubling up. We have the Cinderella story continuing. And here's a look at the chip count. So Einar's at a cool mill. Patrick, after the double up again, up to 410,000, and Yuri now the short stack at 200,000. Highly disappointed there was no 5 or no club, because he would then be heads up with Einar's. It's good to see the players laughing now, though. It's looks like good-spirited people. Yuri locked in on what's happening with the game, and I think Patrick is just in heaven. You could see him accidentally knocking over his chips. That's something I've been known to do, but it's usually because I'm playing games with my chips. Einar's my, I was going to say if he's ever going to give a walk, it's going to be now, but instead opts for something else, and Yuri with a very premium double-suited ace-king, queen-queen.
Doesn't get anything more out of Einar's though, unfortunately for Yuri. But at least it's not a waiting game just to get second and third here, so they're still, of course, attacking a bit when they get their hands, and now Patrick in the big blind again.
So Patrick doubled up while he took a little bit of a stretch there, wise guy, and is in pretty good shape now.
Are we seeing that Cinderella story forming now?
It looks like it is. It's a healthy enough stack. He can at least, play some hands now. And maybe it'll be a rare button fold. It is by Einar's. And Yuri will at least complete, maybe raise. It looks like a raise is coming instead of a complete. And a quick fold by Patrick with the queen 10, 5 deuce. And next hand, please.
Yeah, Patrick now with a nice stack, 374k. Imagine he would get a double through the chip leader or eliminate Yuri. He would be in good shape for a heads up. So was counting him out when he was on 5 big blinds moments ago, and not anymore. As you can see, some 15-16 minutes left of this level, 6-12. And then they're going on a 20-minute break, the players. So we will also do that here in the stream. So if you're in need of a coffee or something else there back home watching this, you will
We're not
have
doing
an
karaoke on
opportunity.
stream during the break?
Oh, we are, all right?
Yeah, I thought so.
You are.
Oh, fuck. Part of my language there. Sorry, it's late.
I think hopefully the kids under 13 has gone to bed by now. So be karaoke aware. Patrick now with the 5-card format back again. Let's see if he finds something to put some pressure on the blinds. I don't think so. One of the worst holdings in this game.
Great deuce 7 triple draw starting hand though. Einar's doesn't have a bad deuce 7 triple draw starting hand either, and an open pot from the small blind. And somehow he gets to play.
With the queens for Yuri, doesn't find another one, and it's the tray for Einar's. Not much other than one of the 3s for Yuri, so I don't think he will put much resistance to this bet. Cards are already flying in the muck.
I think before even the bet hit the felt.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes left, and then there's going to be a 20-minute break, as you said. And here's a look at the updated chip counts. Einar's back up to 1.1 million. The other two players have under 600,000 combined.
Yeah, 1.6 million in play.
So that puts Einar's a little bit below 1.1, but still over a million. And this button, I don't think he's folding. It's not the prettiest, and it's not the ugliest. And as the clear chip leader, when it's not the prettiest and not the ugliest, you play it like it's the prettiest and not the ugliest. And indeed, he does raise to 27,000, adding a couple of chips on there.
For Patrick. He's coming along, for sure.
Let's go play some video poker. Dealt straight there with you drop the king-9 and go for the royal.
Yeah. Now there are some potential flops. That includes, well, this might be not exactly the one I was referring to, but this is one of the ones that could get the action going, though, because there are a lot of outs for both the players here.
I'm curious what Einar's does. Patrick did something there. I don't know if you noticed while he was betting, it was a bit of a Hollywooding move, with his facial expression that I haven't seen him do before. And I don't know if it was that, maybe somebody called his name. We can't really tell what's going on behind the TV table. But it was like this very nonchalant way of betting that is different than before. But it will at least prevent Einar's from putting raised pressure on, I believe, and does call. Ace of clubs on the turn makes Patrick's hand even more draw pretty. Still ahead with the Jack-9 over.
And since not being Kai, he has to double check. I did have some clubs, right?
And Einar is still with that straight flush draw. I mean, this depends on Patrick here, I believe. How high variance he wants this river to be. He does check.
No, he bets.
Oh,
right?
he did bet.
Yeah,
I thought he put his finger down without the chips in front.
He asked about the pot size, right?
Okay, that's possible. A little jammeroni, and this should deny actually Einar's equity.
Yeah.
Quickly folds.
Look at this, 451K.
He would have loved to have called there with the Jack-9 of spades with the Queen-10 in your hand, but still, it's not even a nut flush draw if it's on a king or an 8 of spades. So relatively easy fold facing a pot-sized bet, and you're not going to destroy your stack knowing you're probably at best a 3-1, a 2-1 underdog. It was a little worse in this case. But meanwhile, Patrick is animated now, and who wouldn't be? Final three, and you just are with a short stack. You qualified in for 150 euros, locked up 16K ready, and now making moves on the final three.
Indeed.
And Patrick with another premium, and this time from the small blind. Ace, King, Queen, 9, 8, double suited. And Einar's with a load of crap in the Queen 8, 7, 3 deuce, facing a pot size open of 36,000. Does have a few live cards in there, but other than playing the hand in position, there's not much else of value here. But I say that, and it's the hearts that get there. Einar's with a very kind of weak holding there comparatively to Patrick's. Now even has the check mark on a monotone 10-3 deuce all heart flop. Opting to bet small and hoping to potentially induce his opponent, but Patrick having none of it. And Einar's did get back over $1 million in that hand. Chip counts, chip counts, chip counts. So 1 mil, 400K, 200K, not much has changed there. 3 players remaining. 10 minutes until the next break and 50 seconds.
The time between sitting in the nice porch in the middle of the...
We'll have to actually confirm the break because with 3 players left, sometimes they vary the break at the break time versus a 20-minute break. But these players do look They do look a little bit tired, so I won't be surprised if, nobody says, hey, can we make it a 10-minute break? Everybody use the toilet and come back.
Yeah, we'll see about that, but it's at least a break coming up.
Yes, there will be a break,
minutes.
and it will be at least 10 minutes guaranteed, and probably longer.
So now then, no flush draw for either player, and check. You can see that the King 6 is leading for our chip leader, and it stays that way.
King 6 actually takes down the pot. Is Einar going to bet for... obviously, he'd be betting just to get an 8 or a 9 off, but he did bet to get an 8 or a 9 off, but could have gone check, and he would have taken it that way as well. He was not betting for value, for the record there. Bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and I said we would reach the heads up between 1 and 1:30, and I might be in trouble because with the break coming up, if it doesn't happen before that, it will be after 1:30.
And then when it happens, does Wise Guy turn into a pumpkin if he's wrong? Or that's Cinderella. That might be Patrick. He might cause Patrick to turn into a pumpkin if it's not heads up. Being the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm probably confusing all sorts of fairy tales in this story.
Yeah. A while ago I was also pretty sure that it will be Yuri and this guy, our chip leader, heads up. But now Patrick actually is second in chips, and Einar's still driving the action. Let's see if he chooses to do that with this Queen Knight A3.
I think he should. As I said, you don't need to do it every single hand, and he's already folded like 3 times ago. Now you can just open up if you have some possibility of hitting flops if you get called, and a lot of the time you can just play position and get a lot of blocks as well, like he did in this case.
Yeah.
A little different from Hold'em. You should still be doing that a lot in Hold'em too, but in Omaha, as mentioned, even in 4-card, as long as it's not bottom of the ranges, it's in the middle somewhere. You're not going to do that bad against most hands anyway if you have to get it in. Whereas in Hold'em, it can be vastly different getting, Ace King in against Ace Jack. You expect to win 70%. It's rare to get it in expecting to be ahead 70% in 5-card and 4-card Omaha. At least pre-flop. So 4-4, 3 deuce, a 4 high situation.
8 high.
8 high. So Yuri would have been ahead with his 4s.
Look at this, crushing them.
And Einar's getting a walk with a hand he would have been more than happy to defend with in 4-card Omaha, especially 3-handed. So I've been to Riga a few times in the past couple of years playing poker, and I don't think I ran into Einar's there. I haven't played cash games there since September 2024, and that's the only time I played cash games there. But I don't remember him from there either, but it wasn't the weekend night that I was playing cash. But it's a very limited sample size to be working off of, that he's not playing a lot in Riga. I'm not going to say that. I just haven't met him. And Patrick,
surely raising here?
Yep, and he's surely raising. We're surely playing. It doesn't mean he has to raise, so he might be limping as well, depending on how he plays these particular players. But it is a raise to 30, 2.5x, which has been Patrick's more or less preferred raise sizing. Oh, it's a 35,000, so it's almost a 3x, unless I thought it looked like 30, but it may have been 35. But it really doesn't matter because Yuri folds, so getting closer and closer to being in danger zone himself with 10 big blinds after posting the small blind here. And it looks like the turbo that's running in the main room is getting close to the money, down to 24 to 168. A few of our friends have played that.
haven't.
Is there only paying 17 on 168? No, there was more. 23.
Oh, they might be
so
on.
they're on the bubble, yeah.
Well, then the clock would be stopped, so maybe we're misreading. I can check over here. And
Yeah, maybe we're already in the
check
money.
if
There's
our
just the
friends
payouts
are
left.
still in as well.
Okay.
And then even it out, and then in the end it's like 4-2.
Now then, is it another one? 9 high for Einars, but there's some connecting cards.
I pulled up tomorrow's turbo, which is not going to help us because 0 people are registered in that. But it's still 32, so that's what we're reading wrong.
No, okay, this is another tournament.
That's something else.
We're looking at the screen of the 350 PLO4, 5, 6 that is also ongoing here.
Okay, so this has 32 players remaining out of 120, and 15 get paid. So we'll take a look at that a little bit later, but let's see if Mr. Glenn Brown, he did fire a second bullet, but he is still in, folks. So Glenn Brown, who is our Poker Pro host, also acting right now as a co-host at the Kings of Tallinn as well with Tilly Vera. He's still in. Poker Bras is still in. He is playing some 2-card poker.
Not liking it, but he has to for the team points, right?
Yeah. Christina Soli's still in. She unfortunately bubbled the 5-5-5 queens yesterday. Jay Kim, who has a Norwegian flag but spends a lot of time in Lithuania, he just went out in 31st place in that. And Teddy went out in 43rd place. So he did have a nice run, but is likely downstairs now having a different kind of fun at the bar or at the Moo Machine.
Yeah, might be. As we at least have one more hand before the break.
And then it's studio time.
Hey! Are you going to sing?
In the studio?
Yeah.
Is there going to be karaoke coming on the screen? If it happens, I'm left no choice. But barring that happening, we can give a spoiler that I'm probably not going to sing.
Okay. Now then, Patrick, does he find anything before the break? Not in this hand, at least. See if we get one more, but... Oh, look at this, trips.
And now we're going to learn a lot about Einars.
You said 4 kind 7s before. It's almost happening.
It's only because he's not playing 5-card.
Yeah, exactly. At least there's one left in the deck because we haven't seen one folded yet. So
he does have that 7-6. It's maybe actually
6-7, you mean?
I don't want to do that. Not like that.
All right. Well, he might be able to bluff Yuri off this one because he doesn't have anything either, but goes check, check.
He needs to be careful with his betting, actually. But he does have now the straight flush draw.
Yeah. So this is worth a bet, right?
Potentially not, actually, because if you're raised, you're kind of like bloating the pot a little bit. But being that Yuri did check the flop, there's a very good chance he didn't have like a Jack-10 wrappy hand. So therefore, it's more about betting that than it is the act. And if you're called, then at least you have some protection. But it's more about betting the rest of the board, I think, and just getting the fold.
Yeah. So at least one more hand then before the break. I think we have a minute and a half to go. So it will be Patrick in the big blind. Still at 6-12 level for another minute or so. Now then, Einars with the queens, surely racing from the bottom position this time.
Pretty, pretty. A quick fold by Yuri, and it looks like Patrick has something.
King Jack something, was it?
That was very fast.
Yeah, it's coming back once we've seen the flop. Five, 4, 10. So, there's a 10 and the jacks.
Yeah, Patrick's not going anywhere right now.
No.
Einar's keeping it small.
Oh, check, check. Oh, look at this one. Jacks.
Yeah, that's maybe going
And
to
the
be really
open-ended.
good for Patrick, but I think Einar's, if he checks...
He's not going to check this now,
No, I
right?
don't think so, because he didn't check before when he had that open-ended straight flush draw, but the problem is that like none of the draws completed versus the other one where that 10 jack was completed, but it looks like it's the same thing. He's going to figure out a nice sizing, and then if he has to call, he has to call raise. I don't think he can fold this time, actually, with the overpair mixed in as well, not putting Patrick on a hand as strong as top set.
This is interesting because it's just before the break. And can Patrick find
I think he get
big
it in.
score here now?
He just, yep, he is getting it in. While there are no flush draws on the table, there are too many. Oh, he calls, actually. I thought he said all in.
So, king or an 8 would give, the lead over back to Einar's, unfortunately for Patrick.
And Einar's has to bet. And then it's going to be tricky for Patrick.
Yeah.
Maybe Einar's keeps it small to keep some more value in, bets like 90 or something, and then it's not going to be the end of the world for Patrick. He's used to playing with a 10-ish big blind stack anyway, because that's what he was doing throughout today. Quite often anyway, more than half the time.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it's for the full pot, which actually could get Patrick away. I mean, it's also, he could be doing this with the 7-9 three-handed as well, so there's two hands that beat you. And I like that Patrick hasn't snap called. I think he's going to talk him into something. That could still be a call, but it's at least good that he's taken a step back and tried to think about the situation a little bit. Your nuts on the turn perhaps saved you by not betting over the top, but then you don't bet off the top, bet over the top for situations like this where you're facing a lot of pressure.
Oh, he finds
wow,
the fold.
disciplined fold there. That could be the play of the day by Patrick, at least Patrick's play of the day, folding over there.
Yeah, so that means we are on the break. I think at least. Yeah, it says in the background even, so coming back for the studio a little bit. And we're still three-handed.
Three-handed, it's a lot of fun. They've locked up 16,300. It's the cream of the crop, the top 10% left. The podium players with Einar's just giving a clinic. It's been holding almost all the chips since it's been six-handed play.
Yeah.
And just showing, putting on a school right now, actually. But the other two players also sticking around and showing quite a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing how this concludes, Wise Guy.
Indeed. Yep. So we have about 14-15 minutes left of the break. We will go on a break from here as well and have our clock in screen for you. So be back shortly for the three-handed action in the 3K high roller. It's time for popcorn.
It's time for popcorn,
and
there'll be popcorn after the break too.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is gonna be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
I'm a maniac, maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas, I go out and buy a cowboy hat, I step into character, then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call.
My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever, and if you love me, hold me tight, and you will push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, which is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here in when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules. So you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Welcome back to Tallinn. This is the Kings of Tallinn 2026. We are getting closer to the heads up, I was about to say, but we are inching in on crowning a champion of this 3K high roller. We're not there yet. We still have our 3 players. And what do you say, Jason, so far of this event?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We've seen Einar's, a player that we didn't know before, just steamroll over the competition. We'll see if that continues with the final 3, but he's had like 3/4 of the chips in play, at times 3-handed, and more than half the chips at times from 6-handed all the way down, most of the way actually. And the 3 remaining players each locked up 16,300, and it's sort of like a battle between Yuri and Patrick to see who can get to heads up just to face Einars. Now, of course, if Einars just starts doubling opponents left and right, he can easily go out third, but it's unlikely in comparison to him actually being heads up against one of these 2 other players. But Yuri with a pretty hand. Let's see if it's something that happens, maybe fireworks right away on a raise of 45,000 from the button. Patrick should fold and does, but the story is different for Einars. Possibly should fold as well, and indeed does. So Yuri adding already some chips to his stack. You could see it's 10, 15, 15, so that means he added 40K just with opening the button.
And here we have the eliminated players, Pasi, Ralph, Bjorn, and Kai on the final table. Kai, the only one taking home a bit of a score from this, 10,900, so not a small one, but still by almost 3K. And now these 3 players are battling for the crown and the nice payouts on top, of course. And this guy, Patrick Russell of Sweden, satellited in from a €150 satellite yesterday. Start this earlier today, this tournament. And he's surely free rolling a lot on this one, but he's not satisfied yet. He, of course, wants to win as well. And has all the chance to do it. Now then,
a friendly pot between Einars and Yuri, and a limped small blind, big blind situation.
Yeah.
And Einars first the act on the ace, queen, deuce flop, 2 clubs, nobody with clubs. Yuri technically ahead because he connected with the deuce, but that's not going to be enough if he's facing a bet. So let's see if Einars starts betting into him, and indeed he does. And Yuri, I think, showing the 2 and then folding. Coming up next, by the way, for OlyBet events is the OlyBet Showdown Riga Voodoo Spring.
Yeah, you touched on that earlier. What dates do we have?
It is March 14th to 22nd. I'm definitely out there from the beginning. I just don't know if I'm able to stay till the end. But that's the plan. I mean, I really love these tournaments in Riga. They all fit my appetite, you know, in terms of buy-in, in terms of enthusiasm, in terms of field sizes being a little bit bigger during the day, and the nightly turbos are more, you know, like the double-digit field sizes, sometimes the high double digits. So, I mean, I love these fields because you really get to know the local players quite well, and then you see them again in places like Tallinn and Vilnius, and I enjoy it quite a lot.
Yep, for sure.
Hopefully we see some of the viewers out there. I don't know if you're planning to make the journey over there. Poker Pro has some media to do, but you know, for me it's a pleasure trip, I have to say. because I want to be in Riga. I've enjoyed every time I'm there. And then coming up after that, it's back to Tallinn for the OlyBet Showdown. So we're looking at something a little bit different coming to Tallinn. It's the same OlyBet Showdowns that you see in Vilnius and Riga, but only bigger because the venue has more space with the convention area able to be used. And before you know it, we fast forward to the OlyBet Showdown Vilnius on May 9th to 17th. And straight after that, just 2 weeks later, less than 2 weeks later, will be the festival series over in Vilnius as well. So a lot of hotbed of activity where I live. I'm going to try to make a lot of it. The Battle of Malta, which is here, does overlap with the festival series Vilnius. So it is complicated, but if you're not looking to travel to Malta or just more interested in mixed games, I would recommend the festival weekend. But it is a weekend affair versus the 1 million guaranteed Battle of Malta. So if you're more of a Hold'em player, you have some choices to think about. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to tell you what to do, but options are there. And then it looks like we already have a save the dates on the WSOP circuit listed on OlyBet events, July 24th to August 2nd for yet another version. That'll be quite exciting. And the Queens of Tallinn, of course, we announced earlier, is back on August 27th to 30th. And I don't think we need to go too much further into the schedule because being that it's freezing cold, not in a bad way because it is fresh air, it's hard to think past the summertime and back when the weather starts to get colder again. But that is a lot of events, Wise Guy.
It is for sure. That's a huge calendar already filling up. And yeah, OlyBetEvents.com is where you find all the information about these events. And yeah, it's going to be massive.
Massive.
Do we even have time to breathe between all these series? No, but this is just, yeah. And as you said, the circuit, WSOP circuit, is coming back to Tallinn this summer. That one will be massive for sure.
Yeah, that'll be massive, and I have big expectations for this OlyBet Showdown Tallinn, which I need to find out more about on April 10th to 18th.
Now it goes check between Yuri and Einars, and you can see Yuri with the pair of fives is leading, and I don't think that was any help for Yuri. Oh, he was actually. He has the king, so he takes over the lead and the check mark.
But it's possible he gets bet off this, to be fair. It depends on what Einar decides to do. If he's betting like 70,000 or something, why would Yuri call here, actually? It's small though, so Yuri's going to call. But if it was bigger, I don't think he would. He only has the top pair, right? It's not going to call most of your stack off with that. But it's hard for Einars to know that. So he tried the low risk route, which also has a lower success rate as well, and only lost another great chip because of that.
All right, back at it again, still at the 4-card format, and Einars in the button position.
Should we tell them that the commentators' eyes are maybe beginning to get tired after 11 hours and they have to stick to 4-card Omaha going forward?
Exactly. Yeah, and a nice 4-card hand for Einars. Surely he's raising this in position.
It's a mandatory raise regardless of the fact that he's chip leader, but being that he's chip leader, we've seen him raise with about 75 to 80% of the starting hands, I would say.
Yeah, and decent hand for Patrick to defend, although often dominated, and decides to stay in.
I do like the call off the 6 big blind stack as well. No need to 3-bet there for sure.
Oh, look at this one.
It is interesting.
Jack 8 for Patrick.
But the diamonds, he's
Einars.
not going to be able to stick around if Einars can find a bet here. But he doesn't, so he checked it back. And now the Jack 8 suddenly looks stronger, but he would still be concerned about a 9 queen, a 7-9. But maybe not, because Patrick checked again, and Einar is quickly checking back with his top pair. 2-pair.
And all diamonds, and not a single diamond in these guys' hands. So it will be Einar's with the ace on the river taking the pot, and Patrick left with just 100K now then.
He's slowly whittling away at both of these players, now at a tournament high 1.3 million.
He is, for sure. And both Patrick and Yuri on the real short stacks now.
It's always such a pleasure when you you see the big stack keep that momentum going. Very often it's like a blow up that's unexpected, and not sometimes because they've done something wrong, obviously, but a lot of times it's just a matter of fate in some ways. Poker still has a large luck element and a large skill element. That's what makes the game great. And then over the time of variance, the skill should rise to the top. And in any particular event, variance certainly can happen. Over the course of a festival, the variance can happen. Over the course of a year, variance can happen. The longer the period and the amount of tournaments you play, the less the variance. It evens out.
So limp from Yuri, and Patrick comes along, checked by Einar. So 3 ways to the flop now.
It's our first 3-way action, 3-handed.
It is, right? And who favors from the all diamonds flop? It is Einar's again.
This time with the diamonds, actually, though.
Yuri with the nut blocker, though. Ace of diamonds, but no second diamond.
I'm not going to be shocked if he overvalues that with these stack deaths, but he should really let Patrick... I know it's hard to come back from 145, but let's see. He's betting that ace of diamonds. Patrick, he's not going to go anywhere anymore to another bet by Yuri. And maybe Einar will even realize now, he doesn't have a queen high or king high flush. But then what's calling you? Check might be better. There are some hands that are calling you.
For the bet.
I don't think Yuri was going to bet again anyway, so the results, it's pretty much the same. But you never know.
He gave it up on the turn already, Yuri, and now he waves the red ace. Not the white flag, but same thing. And some more chips for our chip leader. So now it's Yuri.
It'd be like the funny case where players make the deal. They would actually probably already lock in first place prize for Einar's and just even the variance between second and third.
Yeah.
Einar's would maybe take a little bit off because something can happen. The first trophy I won here, I was in that spot. I was chip leader from 27 down. And I had like 80+% of the chips in play 4-handed, actually. And I made a deal at 4 something in the morning because I couldn't see anymore. I couldn't see at 2 a.m., let alone 4 a.m., but it didn't really matter so much.
Yeah.
Patrick with the crumbs. Is this the time? Nope. No. Holding the button. And Einar's showing up with the big O hand, opting to limp his aces because of that ugly 2-3-4 to go along with it.
That means the money will go in here now because Yuri races, and surely now...
And Yuri might be ahead without even knowing what he has.
Yeah, sure, but no, the money goes in, so
a 3-bet and a call. Here we go.
We will see the hand now for Yuri Merivirta of Finland, who's at risk. And what do we have? Still a mystery.
I think it's going to be a mystery the entire way, even with they're going to...
No, but we'll see it on the screen.
So no, they're going to blur it out.
Face up. Okay. You think the producers are really keeping us on our toes?
I think we need a secret hand every once in a while. But we have a king, queen, 5-9, so it's quite unfortunate, actually, for Yuri. That's not the hand that faces off well against ace, 2-3-4. It does to some degree.
Yeah, it's the spades and the hearts as well.
But it's better not having that king, actually. They block each other.
So almost 50-50. And this is the diamonds. Not good for either player, that draw, but still aces are in front. And now only the kings can save Jiri Merivirta from being out, which he is. Unfortunately, our third place finisher, this man, Jiri Merivirta of Finland, 16,300 euros, as he says his goodbye to Patrick Russell and Einars in the driving seat for sure now in this heads-up starting, as he sits with at least 90% of the chips, right?
It's got to be. I mean, unless the chip counts are wrong in the system, Patrick had a 5-figure stack.
Yeah.
Which is rather insane.
And Patrick, we remind you once again, he's in from a 150 euro satellite, now locking up how much?
23,850.
Wow.
Okay, they're going to move one of the players to the other side of the table so that they have more space.
How's heads up is working? Everyone posts the lines like it's showing or so who's the ante? Is there who's on the button? Yeah, we have
We've been informed that they are not moving seats at the moment, but that might happen a little later. And if so, you'll see us in the studio again. But it's 23,850 locked up, 34,000 and somebody up top. And unless the chip counts are off, the Cinderella story is going to have to be a miracle Cinderella story for Patrick. I mean, just to get to the money was the Cinderella story enough. He had under 5 big blinds at one stage. And he's basically just been hanging on. Most of the final table, he's been under 10 big blinds while everybody goes out one by one.
Yeah, this is just, as you said, I would name it already a Cinderella story, of course, with these payouts. But if he could turn it around, it would be even better. And let's see, anything can happen. But he needs to find a quick double up to start with, of course, because as you said, Jason, he's probably left with just a few blinds. And this is a good enough hand for Einars to raise from the bottom position versus a short stack, of course. He has a suited ace.
And I assume that you're rooting for your country-mate to mount the comeback. I like it for the Cinderella story as well. But I really like the way Einars is playing, and I think I'm going to be kind of rooting for both players in a way. They're both you like the Cinderella story, but you also have to respect Einars and what he's done so far in this event.
So you can see there was actually 50K for Patrick to start the hand, and now he has 125 behind, and sneaky checks his flop boat, and small bet from Einars.
It makes Yuri's play make a little more sense. We thought Patrick was down to like around 4 big blinds, and it's a bit more. But he should be able to. No, he didn't get very much value there. But up to 200,000. Winning the first hand never hurts. And honestly, if Patrick does do the comeback, Wise Guy and I are not streaming tomorrow. I don't mind. It may be adult beverage time if we make another break. That is certainly the case. But I can stay here all night, Wise Guy. No,
you can. Okay, I'm off.
Yeah, you can leave at the break. I can find the guests, but it's.
No, we're good.
It's a pleasure.
The break is in an hour and 42 minutes. Do you think it will take that long, even if he turns it around?
If he turns it around, it could, but it would be very unlikely. We have 10, 20, 15, 30, 20, 40. Those are all playable. Keep in mind, it's little around 1.6 million chips in play. So the 2040 would be only if they're doing a lot of limpy, but it's still not out of the realm of possibility in the PLO tournament.
And now it seems like Patrick raised it. Yeah, he did. And Einars is coming along. So it's 120K in the middle.
Tasty, tasty.
No 6 for Einars to flop a set. Not much else either, but the open-ended for Patrick, so good flop for him.
He's starting to show some signs of comeback. That was a bet with confidence there.
Yeah, sure was, right?
And Einar's, gave him all the respect in the world, and the draw's not that good here. It just has the 4 and the ace. The 9-8 is the bottom end of that draw, which is not usually what you like to see in a game like Omaha, even if it's heads up. But I like it. Patrick is mixing it up heads up.
All right, so
nice.
now I guess they wanted it to go a few hands to see if Patrick was going to lose the first hand when he was almost all in. But no, they're now finding chips for Patrick and finding the trophy to put on the table.
And we got chips. Look, under our names, we can play heads up.
We could, actually. So they're reseating for the heads up, but I think we're ready to get back to the table just shortly. And
hello,
look
trophy.
at this.
Look at that trophy. I mean, we need to get a better angle on it, but it's definitely a piece of art.
It is for sure. Yeah, really nice trophies here. And all glass. Now you can see it to the left. And
Pretty.
with a nice hand. So will it be the first hand after the reseating that we get it in?
No, because this is one of the worst hands to defend with, actually, even with the diamonds. I say that he's defending. No connectivity. Basically set mining a 7. I mean, it gets dangerous if you have an ace. Obviously, the diamonds are pretty. And, when you get flops like this, it just costs a little bit extra.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not on the table. This guy is absolutely a hero. He qualified in for 150 euros and got this far heads up. So I shouldn't be saying that I would play in this spot better after playing not only yesterday, but another 13 hours ago. That's absolutely insane. So Patrick beginning his comeback with a check mark. And he should be able to get 1 street of value, especially with the 30K bet. But maybe not, being that the 10 is already paired, but I think he's going to get 1 street of value.
Just about to say, I was surprised to see Einar not continuing on the flop, but it has cost him not to, at least.
An ace will cost him even more, but it's a jack that should save him. There's really nothing doing anymore. It may even slow down to the case where Patrick checks and it accidentally induces a bluff by Einar's, but I think Patrick has to bet here.
Yeah, he does.
And Einar's should quickly fold.
Einar's.
So Patrick with some momentum and a little bit of frustration shown there by Einar's. I mean, he's still smiling and happy, but you could see the frustration right when he folded there.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick now up to 350, so doubling up now would be costly for Einar's.
It would be almost even, Steven. And my prediction of going past next break might continue then.
Yeah, then you might be right. Now we get a closer look at the trophy.
Still 10, 15,000.
Yes.
Big blind ante stays the same throughout events, like it should, according to the TDA, but we see some casinos varying a little bit off TDA, but it's a full big blind ante, even heads up.
Now, 9 high.
Like a boss. A beautiful triple draw hand.
Oh, this is a little bit better.
Yeah, one might say.
Slightly.
One might say, and it's a raise to 45,000, and actually a call there.
Yeah.
A little bit surprising, actually, but it is in position, so it does have some validity to it, and it's a 8 king queen rainbow flop. Very nice for the queens of Einar, but he's not going to get too much value.
Exactly.
Patrick does play a very tag game, so I don't expect him to be really having too many bluffs at all. I don't think we've seen him bluff once, and we've seen him pretty much since when we were down to 3 tables. He's been on the TV table the entire time we've been streaming this event, in fact. And before we were streaming this, we were live broadcasting the final table of the 2-day 1K PLO Championship. So it's been a PLO day, and if that's not enough PLO for you, ongoing right now is the 350 PLO 456 Progressive Bounty. You can't late enter anything at the moment because of the time of day, but I do believe that is down to 2 tables as well.
Yeah,
I got, I think,
15 players
160 something entries, maybe 170. Actually, the clock is right there. What does it say?
15 left. Yeah.
15 left, but how many entries? I can't read that far.
168.
Okay, 168 entries, so it's in the money now.
Yeah, it is. With some nice bounties on the tables, of course. As it are progressive bounties, Jason, which means, in case someone is not familiar with the format?
It means that unlike a traditional bounty, everybody starts with a certain bounty size. So let's say it's 50 euros. I take you out, which...
Do you? Why?
Because it's standard.
Okay.
And I add basically I collect the 50 euros, but then 25 goes on top of my stack, so it's worth 75, and 25 goes in my pocket.
So you now have 25 of my euros in your pocket. Wow.
Yeah, because I busted you. Like a boss.
Not fair. Not fair at all. Now then.
Learn to play pot limit Raz. Because otherwise I'm not going to be doing that to you.
Patrick tried to bet Einars off this one, but it didn't work. And we'll take another stab at it with the Queen of Diamonds. Not the best of run out for Einars with his Jack-7 flopped 2 pair. So it might work.
I think that 4th diamond is kind of like I don't want to call, but the problem is Patrick has been pretty in line. But you can get some information here with the call, too, so you maybe don't even mind losing the 35, even though it does add a bit percentage-wise to the stack. But Einars instead folding the best hand and giving some life over to Patrick. He would have been a little bit hurting, and you could see he's very happy about that one. Having a good time.
Seems like they are, absolutely. Relaxed heads up, but still, of course, playing for a lot of money. And that trophy and the
34,070 euro top prize.
Okay, that's a big one. But we're not there yet. We have our satellite player still trying to fight his way into the tournament. Go back into the contention in the heads up, I should say, because he's surely doing well.
He has more than
in
a
the tournament.
15,000% ROI at the moment. And
decent.
Yeah, if we're just evaluating off single event and he retires after today and we don't consider anything before, that could be a lifetime ROI.
Yeah.
I don't recommend that because Patrick looks like he has fun playing poker, so the fun EV is there. And it looks like he knows how to play poker, which means the normal EV there is too. That's a nice combination.
I think was he second in an event the other day, or am I wrong? I think he was at least on the final table the other day.
Patrick was deep in something earlier. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was a runner-up. Falk was also deep in something, who is on the... he didn't quite make the final table, but ran deep.
I might be thinking of Falk, actually. I did see Patrick Russell's name.
But it was Patrick also was deep. Yeah, okay. I just don't remember in what. I can look it up while we're... because I did write about it. We do have a search function on poker.pro, so we will look what I wrote.
But the perfect time for you to show me that function.
It's easy. There's a magnifying glass in the upper right corner.
We like magnifying glasses.
Yes, especially at our age.
Exactly.
And here we go.
And while you look, we have a small pot for Patrick?
This was last Kings of Tallinn, so it's not his first rodeo.
Oh, okay. That's from there when I remember.
He took 10th place in a PLO 456 progressive, but just with a 150 buy-in similar to the satellite.
He likes the 150.
And that's the only thing he cashed in, actually, at the Kings of Tallinn, because
all right. So
actually, I don't know that, but it's the only time his name comes up in the search. So unless I forgot a result, which isn't likely, because
it happens every 200 years.
It happens. I mean, sometimes you lose access when you're writing the article, and you've already captured the big winners, and you may miss one or two, but I like to give everybody the love. you cover the bigger stories, meaning the bigger winners. They're not always the bigger stories, in a little bit more detail, because that's what people care about for the most part. But the friends and families of people winning a 150 euro buy-in, I want to give them as much love as possible too. And if I have a backstory, you better believe I will try to include it as well.
Yeah.
My articles are not the boring recaps usually. Sometimes they can be, but typically speaking, I try to add a little extra love and information to these morning recaps, because I'm more or less retired as a live reporter now, so this is how I still can be like a little bit creative. I'm training others to take the reins and trying to support the entire team as well.
Now we have no dealer.
Should I go to the table?
Can you please?
I can add to my resume.
Oh, you lucked out.
I have been dealer L4 before in an emergency situation, but I'm not sure if I'd even be able to do that here legally, being I have no license and I've been playing.
Oh my. So, 5 card coming at them.
And I'm not nearly as good as the dealers here. It's like an artwork. My hands get tired after like 40 minutes of doing it.
Now they have too much fun, too much table talk to look at the cards and play. We stop here. We just
Why don't they play
talk
blind?
a little bit.
That could be fun.
Yeah. Hello, sir. It's on you.
You can only look at 3 of your cards when it's 5 card, and 3 of your cards when it's 4 card.
Yeah, so limp from Patrick, and one of the not good hands in a 5 card format from Einars. He checks it over, and 2 diamonds. Mystery hand from Patrick, but we can see that the 7 is the only thing for Einars, and he checks behind, and now maybe we'll get to see Patrick's hand as he spreads them in the box. Oh, he did bet. Okay, so probably had something, but we'll never know.
I don't think it was much, because it was a min bet based on like my small reads I have on his bet sizings, but it's not like it's anything I would really act upon. So blinds should be going up, but maybe not this hand, but I thought we were
shortly, right?
at the 10-20 now.
It depends where you're from. But for me, it's convenient because it's so close.
It's great to see how friendly this is. It's like playing on a kitchen table, like other than the fact that it's like in a very prestigious location, but the attitude the 2 players are treating each other with is a kitchen table game. Poker should be friendly. The only ones that should take it themselves super serious when playing poker, other than, always try to improve, but not have fun while doing it, should be those relying on it to put food on their tables. Otherwise, come to the Kings of Tallinn to have fun, and maybe you can win some nice prizes. If
maybe you can satellite into a high roller
like
and
Patrick.
win yourself at least 24K.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Patrick isn't professional. Look how much fun he's having. We don't know too much about Einars, but he's been calm, cool, and collected. I'm pretty sure he's been in big spots before. He's certainly maybe played in like massive cash games where, this kind of situation that we can't find on the internet, that he's heads up in a 3K buy-in event on stream in front of family, friends, everybody else, and he's acting cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
That's not easy.
Kudos to Mr. Russell.
Both these guys.
Absolutely. Good sports, and now the blinds are up, 10-20. So a bit more costly. And we are ready for the next hand of the heads up in the 3K PLO4-5 high roller here in Kings of Tallinn. In case you just woke up back home and turned on this show.
We could have some East Coast people on the States, we could have some people in the States and Canada just randomly finding us and tuning in. We're over in Tallinn, Estonia, where the mecca of poker action is in Northern Europe. Easily the largest festivals happen here at Olympic Park Casino in the region.
Now
Nothing is close.
I think Patrick, did he limp or raise? No matter what, he has been raised by Einars.
Interesting.
He raised and got 3-betted, so this is going big if Patrick is going to stay in. Is he going in? I called.
That's interesting.
Committing half the stack with this hand.
That
well,
is
it's
interesting.
a nice flop for him since he has the flush and the king.
He has a full house.
Oh, he has the 4. Wow.
And the king.
Yeah, that's decent, right?
Yeah.
But still outs, of course. He's not dead.
Let's see. I
Einars.
mean, a queen and it's done.
Yeah, there are
Let's
2
see.
queens in the deck.
But he's a heavy favorite. We see 9-1.
Yeah, so most likely we have Patrick doubling up to over 500K, which means.
And then my dream comes true of staying here till 5 in the morning.
Yeah, this is your chance.
Pocket queens and the 5. And the flop is
all right.
4-4 and the king.
Okay, I want to see Patrick hold
That's
on
not
this.
a
That would be
queen.
too mean.
So, Sweden
Don't be
doubling
mean
up
to
in
Patrick.
case there's not. It's not a queen, and we have the full double up for Patrick Russell, 500K.
And this brings a whole new dimension to the game, as we discussed earlier. It's not quite that double up that would have been earlier when he had about 375. That would have been almost evening up the stacks, but 510 to 1.3, and a double is actually a chip lead change.
Yeah. So back in the game. He was never totally out, but we almost counted him out when he came to the heads up with some.
He's like a cat. I mean,
10
he's
big
on
blinds
his
or
ninth,
less.
I think he's on his 9th life now. He's got to be very careful of it because he's really like a cat. He's just springing like I can just hang around, you can do what you want, but I have 10 big blinds. Just keep doing what you want, and when I find my spot, I'm going to attack.
Yeah. So King, Jack, and deuces.
Never loses. Or is that just in Hold'em?
It's never correct.
Never correct. Except, and not correct still.
No, still not.
But there is a flush draw for Einars, and Patrick not really connecting with much other than 9. Did he lead out, though?
He did, right?
I think for 40. No, for 20, for a minute.
Now he's got the momentum after that double up. He
A
just
whole
want to
new
play them
speed.
all.
But certainly Einars not going anywhere to a min bet anyway.
He's not, and that completes his nut flush, right? No, sorry, it was Patrick with the queen, but at least second nuts for Einars.
It was a key card, though, because it went from 3rd nut potential to 2nd nut potential. And Patrick has the nut blocker. It might get interesting. I don't think Patrick is going to overvalue his nut blocker based on what we've seen before, but during heads up, everything changes. So it's not a clear-cut fold, actually. He might actually try to raise and use that queen of clubs as a bluff card. But he did what I didn't expect, which was just call.
Yeah.
And the 4 of diamonds on the river doesn't change anything. Maybe he was saving it to bluff on the river, but that didn't happen either. And we may even see a check back with the 2nd nuts here.
I don't think we will. He will bet here, right?
It's just dangerous because if you're raised, now Patrick has shown he can bluff. You're going to have to call. And you don't want to double him up here, but he is betting. He's not as chicken as I am. And Patrick, of course, folds. And as we can see, up to 1.3 million. It might be 1.2 million-ish because we think there's 1.6 million chips in play. But there's rounding that goes on once you get past 1 million in the stream system. So usually it rounds up. Even if it's like 1.21 million, it would list usually as 1.3. But I'm not quite sure if that's still the case. But it is a 3-to-1 chip edge at the moment. At one point it was 9-to-1.
So, time for some more 5-card action.
Action.
A lot of cards to put in that little box, but he did it nicely, and we can see the hand. But it's not a nice hand, though.
No.
So
maybe even over. Nope, he's gonna at least complete, which is fine. But a fold would have been okay too. And let's see if Einars checks back, which is the expected play, but he may try to put pressure on his opponent. He is reaching for chips, so that's exactly what he's doing, and it might work in this spot. I mean, Patrick does like to see flops, so he's proven that he'll call with marginal hands. This time he's in position, though.
And no jacks in their holdings. No 8 even, so...
But I expect the Einars to continue.
Yeah.
It is 5 card, but still.
And it will work, because I can't see Patrick holding on to his hand many seconds. And now down to 350, so up from a top of 500 something down to 350 now, but still, of course, a double up would get him almost even.
And Einars remaining cool and collected despite doubling up his opponent.
Yeah.
Still keeping the light chat going with a smile, and winning the last 2 pots to bring things not quite where they were 4 hands ago, but closer and closer.
I'm running out of reds, so I need to win the pot. Yeah, because
But these look like 2 fun guys to have a home game with as well.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely.
Queen, queen, 6-3 deuce.
Yeah, good start with the queens, but
probably not the first 2 cards he looked at, though,
No.
because they sort them for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine if they didn't sort them, we would be spending so much time trying to, because you have to figure out sometimes what, like, especially if it's a cash game format, sometimes you have to figure out what 6 people might have on the fly seeing a flop.
Look at this for Patrick, bottom set, and Einars, not much, then the other than the overpair.
And the 6-7 would be the nuts. There's no backdoor clubs for Patrick, so it's not as pretty as it looks, but it has to call. And now it looks prettier with the full house, but Patrick checking again. There are better fulls. 9-8, for example, 9-5, pocket 8s. Obviously pocket 9s for quads, and a check back, and it's a 4 clubs on the river. And I think if Patrick bets small, he might get a call, but I think Einars is going to be giving up on this spot.
Yeah, it does.
He bet a little bit big, which made it a little bit easier for Einars, actually. But I kind of like betting it big. You're targeting that 6-7 or the mate flush. Even I think if you're going to go that big, you should go even bigger. Otherwise, go smaller. One or the other.
Yeah.
But that's results oriented, probably. It is late, and perhaps that's not theoretically correct. I often find myself in these positions, especially when I was playing more, live versus online for a little bit of time, where it could be like 3, 4 in the morning, and instead of making bad decisions, I find myself just taking a deep breath once in a while. Also, rarely drinking these days has helped that as well. You wind up with more endurance when it is, very important to be as alert as possible when all the money counts.
True. Now then, 3-4 for Einars,
Uh-huh.
flush draw and a 9 for Patrick. So
a nut flush draw on top of it.
Yeah.
It's hard for Einars to, he has to call at least, but it's like a very awkward out of position spot with a baby bottom 2 there, which often turns out to be no good very later on, and you might not know it, but that will help him get out of the way. Unless Patrick checks it behind, but it doesn't look like he's about to do that. It is a small bet this time, though. Not enough to be mining to a boat, but it was a good try there by Patrick, and back up to 470.
How we're doing in the 200 Turbo? Any notables? Are they in the money?
Well, let's check it out. We have 16 left. It looks like they might be on the money bubble at the moment with 2 tables left. Unfortunately, our guest commentator, Scott Poker Bros Kenyon, finished in 19th, just out of the money. We know where Teddy finished, but let's look at who's in. We have Ani Hudinen, who had a deep run in the, what was it, the 555, right?
Yeah.
And we have Tarje, of course. Baptiste Kam is a regular here. Ooh, look at this name. And Glenn Brown is still in on the Money Bubble. When I checked them on the break, Glenn Brown is my partner in crime at Poker Pro, our host in many cases, helping out with social media. All-around good guy. Not, he's a salt of the earth kind of person. Let's see how it goes for him.
Yeah, now we have a 3-bet, big one from Patrick.
Oh, hi there.
Einars choose the 10-9 and deuces to go with. And unless deuces are as much of a favorite for him as for George Chansford, I can't see him calling this one, but
instead of calling, I think he's coming. No, he's just calling.
Just called.
It looked like he was coming over the top with that many chips.
But
massive 380 pot with these holdings, actually. Neither player with much. I mean, even the ace-queen is okay, but the rest of those cards.
Oh, look at this. That's the deuce.
Ho, ho, ho. And yeah.
And I mean, Patrick is so committed, he just snaps it. Einars then.
Wow, wow, wow. But there's still some hope here with this ace-3, so it's 2 of 5. A lot of backdoors. We have the heart backdoor, we have the club backdoor.
Yeah.
Probably some I'm not even able to comprehend at the moment. Some 4-king combination, perhaps. 4-3 combination.
Yeah, there are.
Ace combination.
This might be it.
It could be all over, Johnny, but let's see. The 6 of hearts on the turn makes that flush draw live.
You can see his outs in the top right corner. Hearts or 5s. Oh, it's not to be. That's the tap on the table for Patrick Russell as he is eliminated in second place in this 3K high roller won by this guy. Our congratulations to Einars Muhayevs.
34,070 euro and 23,850 for the runner-up. And look how friendly they still are. This is something I'm going to remember for a long time, not just because of the way Einars played and the Cinderella story of Patrick, but the camaraderie between these two. They're probably going to be friends for a bit of time. You can see how well they've gotten along.
Yeah. Absolutely. So huge congratulations to Einars and also to Patrick, of course, who satellited in for a 150 euros, taking down almost 24K. And they're both big winners in this one.
Yes, in my eyes, for sure. And the biggest ROI to Patrick, as you just mentioned. Einars with the biggest win, the trophy.
Yeah.
And also the memories that he's going to have off this event. Absolutely fantastic. And I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I mean, I wasn't joking when I said I would be happily still here at 4 or 5 in the morning, being tomorrow is light. Wise guy who does commentating more regularly may have a difference of opinion, but he would agree with me that this was one entertaining final table.
Absolutely. Always fun with those PLO days, and today we got to experience both the 1100 and the 3K all the way till the end. And speaking about the end, that's where the trophy is handed over, so let's head back to the table to see the winner presentation for this winner, Einars.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner in the pot limit Omaha 3,000 euro PLO4, PLO5 high roller. Please give a hand to Einars Muhayevs from Latvia.
I'm so happy we've been pronouncing his name correctly the entire time, wise guy.
Yeah, Einars Muhayevs it is. And here we have Teresa to the left, our tournament main director, handing over that nice glass trophy. Now she's taking it back. Wow. You just want to take some photos as well. I think Lenka is coming as well, or someone else to take some winner photos.
It may be late for Lenka.
I just
think it'll be a winner
realized
photo
that when
tomorrow.
I said it. Like, hopefully she's already home in bed because she has an early start tomorrow to take photos from the start of tomorrow, which will have a lot of tournaments, of course.
I mean, it's headlined by this day 2 tomorrow, which I think is going to have lines. So what I'd recommend is if you want to get into the action from the very start of day 2, you do have 4+ hours of late registration, and get here early. Don't wait till noon because there may be like a small, at that particular time, between, let's say, 11:50 and 12:15 is the absolute nut low to come if you want to play the main. Get here at 11:30. get a little bit comfortable. Coffee is good here. Lots of food options. If not, people are mostly friendly.
Mostly. It's
It
just me
depends
and
on how you
Jason that
feel.
might be a bit grumpy after a long day, but
We'll do our best. We'll do our best. But best of luck to all the main event players tomorrow. But it is a full slate of schedule tomorrow. We did take a look at it. There's a few things on my eyes that I think we should consider hopping into and maybe swapping action and updating or doing some last longers on top, a swap and a last longer, so we have double action.
We'll see about that.
I'm allowed to do that. I'm jonesing now that I'm not allowed to do prop bets. A self-proclaimed banned because Juhani's not here. But it's been tremendous fun. I wish we were actually streaming tomorrow something, but it's nice also after a long day to get a full night rest and be ready for some poker action ourselves tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll be back streaming Saturday, the day 3 of the main event, all day, and then Sunday we will have the main event winner crowned. The day 4 of the main event, we're going to have it all here live on stream. So take care out there, be safe in the cold, and
In the meantime, tune in to Poker.pro because Christopher Carlin is going to be reporting a lot of the action with a main focus on the main event, but some updates on the sides as well. And, check out OlyBet Poker social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. There's a lot going on there, some pictures and everything else. And media partner that I'm running, Poker Pro. We're Poker Pro World on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. Like and subscribe everything. I don't think we're bad people. Let's just support each other, and love you all. Absolutely been a fantastic festival thus far, and we're in for a nice conclusion over the next 3 days.
Definitely. And by that, those final words from Jason Glatzer. This is Wise Guy and Jason signing out from Tallinn and back on Saturday streaming. See you soon.